Good evening. Oh, why do I have the... Good evening. Hello, Cody. Hello, Ginny. Good evening. Hi. Hello, Hazen. Oh, PC is working now? That's good. Okay. Because I'm playing Mappy Nogi, trying to get the new Scythe skill custom. No worries. Good morning from the comrade zone. Is it morning in Russia? Was I... Okay, yes. Sorry. Okay. No. It's morning in Russia. I see. Well, good morning then. Okay. Yes. Continue. Depends where in Russia. Oh, you're talking about Kasai-san. He's Shion's watchdog. Her watchdog? Really? Yeah, he is. Shion tends to do crazy things, so she needs to have someone watch her all the time. I mean, being between 7 a.m. and 2... Oh yeah, Russia is a very big country, isn't it? So that would make sense. Because, like, I think you're as crazy as Shion. Keiichi can cut into the conversation. They ended up making a lot of noise, teasing each other like they always do. Mion made it sound like that man, Kasai-san, is some sort of territory boss in Okinomiya. It wouldn't be easy for me to meet him in person. But because because he's Shi-chan's watchdog, I might be able to find a way. The problem, though, is that I don't have any connection to Shi-chan either. We hang out every once in a while whenever she comes to Hinamizawa, but I've never called or visited her. I have no idea how we can meet. Even if I could meet Kasai-san, there's no guarantee that he'd help me. He seems like the kind of person who doesn't like gossip about others. He told me about Rena-chan at the coffee house only because Shi-chan pushed him to. Plus, the situation could grow worse very quickly while I waited for the chance to meet him. So any help he might offer could come too late. I remember Kasai-san told me that, as her next step, Rena-chan usually uses her partner to threaten her catch. Russia might lose the crown of biggest country? Oh. That would signify the end of her performance. They were going to take all of my father's money. I wasn't feeling a sense of crisis yet, but that time might come very soon. That's not happening. But anyway, let's not talk about stuff like that. Even as I was at school, taking a class peacefully, that man might already be at the house fuck. That man might already be at the house right at this moment, threatening my father to hand over his spank books. Once I become anxious, I get more and more anxious. I could feel a big pressure on my chest as if the ceiling had collapsed on me. Does this look like my classroom? That's crazy. I believe they're like, I'm pretty sure they're just, fuck. I believe like in the, they're like real life photos that are just edited. There's, oh yeah, the TV. I didn't even notice that. The TV when the teacher is hungover and she's like not gonna teach, so she's just gonna put on a video. Very recently I learned why that's the reason why teachers put on videos. Did you know that? It's because they're hungover. Yeah, I was in elementary school, yeah. I was like, oh my god, it makes so much sense because, like, they just put on a video, everybody's quiet, the lights are off, and they can just, like. Now we just have a big ass touchscreens instead of a board. Oh, yeah, smart boards. I was, like, almost finished with school by the time those became a thing. But the ones at my school, they only had them in like a couple of classrooms and they barely worked. Big upgrade from Blackboard to Smartboard, yeah. School was broke, so we still had old boards, yeah. And I'm so bored. My life is too peaceful. I remember when I was in high school, uh, like, I think like the last 2 years of high school, everybody had like their own Chromebook for homework. Yeah, it was like a little like those dinky laptops. Everybody had one of their own. Yeah, it was crazy. And like Google Classroom became a lot more common too. It was my last year of my state to get. I was in last year of my state to get free laptops. Yeah, yeah, cause like and then like towards like the end of high school, like there was a lot less like paper assignments. A lot of it was like, oh, just like write it out on Google Docs and submit it to Google Classroom. And like quizzes and stuff were done on Google Classroom too. Yeah. It must be like a lot more common nowadays. Um, cause like let me see, how old am I? Let's see, I'm 25 now. So that's like 6, 7 years ago. Also, hello, radio. Yeah. So like it must be like I wonder, do kids nowadays even write on paper at all? Do they just type everything out now? I feel like they probably just type everything. Wouldn't be surprising the entire education systems rely on only digital form now. I wouldn't be surprised either. Oh, okay. So they do type. They do use paper still. Okay. That's good. Keiichi-kun talks to me yawning. Is that so bad? I'd love to have a peaceful life that bored me. However, Como? Yes. I don't. Not always. Ah, I see. I wish some kind of big event would happen, like aliens coming to attack us or something. I'm not saying that I'd like to have something like that every week, but at least at the end of the month or so. Oh, that doesn't include our monthly test.
もし本当に火星人が攻めてきて世界中が滅ぼされてひなみ沢も焼け野原になったらケイチ君は退屈が紛れて満足。
Keiichi would be an excellent helldiver. Yeah, I've been like on the fence about getting Helldiver. I'm not good at games like that at all. You all know that. You seen my aim. I swear to God, I'm a lot better at aiming on keyboard and mouse than I am on a controller. I swear. Not by much, but it's better. Helldivers is for millions. Most people are. Yeah. Okay. Community has 2 brain cells fighting for 3rd and 4th place, but if we have some people to play with the game, it's a lot of fun. Yeah. For democracy. If aliens really did come, destroyed the earth, and burned all of Hinamizawa, would you be satisfied? Super. Would you? No, that's not what I mean. I'm just saying that I want for some kind of excitement because I'm bored. I had no idea of what I've been going through. Of course that's why he says that. But I was still irritated by his insensitivity. I couldn't understand why he couldn't be satisfied with such a peaceful life. He never has to doubt that today and tomorrow will be as fun as yesterday. Lord? Sounds like... fuck. Ari Suzumiya? It's been a while since I've seen it. Doesn't she, like, become god or something? She's basically is God and doesn't know it. Ah, I see. Last time I was meeting with someone, she asked me if you want to jump into the liver for the lore. What does that even mean? What does that mean? Does you mean like you want a story to tell about the time you jumped into the river? Like if she says, "Oh, I don't want to go do this test tomorrow. I hope it rains. It'll rain so hard they'll cancel school." Oh, interesting. I was all too aware well of the boring, peaceful days could be destroyed all of a sudden. Jump into that still body of water, do it for the Lord. You know. And like back in the day when people said do it for the vine. I said this to Teddy literally yesterday. You know like all of that millennial core stuff? You know, like that cringy like RAR XD can I has cheeseburger, all of that stuff? That's Skibbity Toilet. That is like the millennial version of Skibbity Toilet, and you can't convince me otherwise. is brain rot. I hate that you're right. Exactly. I am right. That's basically... It's the same thing. I mean, it's worse, but it's the same thing. And, like, give it 10 years. Like, the fucking Gen Alpha is gonna be all like, oh my gosh, remember the Zoomers? And they're all like, ooh, Skibbity Toilet. Fucking cringe. That's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. And then, like, whatever the fuck weird ass brain rot thing that becomes trendy is gonna be what they say, and then the next generation is gonna clown on them. Time is a flat circle. I mean, yeah, Skibbity Toilet is cringe, but you know what I mean. Time is a flat circle. Nothing changes. It's the same shit. Every day, same old fucking shit. Yes, Koala is cute. Yes, exactly. Stuck in a cycle. I don't know. Maybe maybe we do live in a simulation. How fitting for Higurashi, exactly. Destroy social media and live free. No, Koala is a zoomer who can't live without her phone. I knew that boring, peaceful days could come to an end all of a sudden because your mom wanted to divorce your dad. No, I think I would just like spontaneously combust. It happened before peaceful days. You know, that's crazy, Rena, because I think if my mom divorced my dad, I feel like my teenage years would have been a lot more peaceful, but you know, that's neither here nor there. If my mom walked into my room and was like, "Well, I'm leaving your dad." That's great. I'd be like, "Let's go." Celebration stream. My mom is divorcing my dad. Donathon for legal fees. To hire the best. To hire the best divorce lawyer for my mother. Yes. I would. You're think. I'm. The thing is, I'm only half joking. Not even half joking. I don't even think I'm joking. I want that good divorce lawyer. I knew I'd feel like, give me half your shit. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it is better. Yeah. I knew that you would feel like you didn't belong anywhere in your own house because your dad had gotten a new girlfriend. Dojima's not even around. How does that have? What does this have to do with Dojima? Dojima didn't get divorced, his wife died. Even so, you had to repeat the same kind of day over and over again. That's why I want to live every day happily in order to be prepared when the world comes to its end. I'm jealous of you, you know, you look so happy all the time. Wish I had that kind of skill. You could argue you technically was divorced forcibly. I guess so. I guess if your spouse dies, you're technically not married to them anymore, huh? Can't be married to a dead person. Rena is literally, you know that meme where the guy goes, "Oh, how do you stay positive all the time?" And the other guy goes, "I lie to myself." That's Rena. I lie to myself.
そんなの羨ましがられても困るの。
Don't divorce via legal proceedings, it's old and expensive. Just die. You're jealous of me, huh? How do you do it? How do you live every day not being bored, but being happy? I lie to myself. If it really is a skill, I'd love to learn how. That's easy. All you need to do is realize. Realize what? There's no way he could realize it. And it was probably better that he didn't, because that meant he was truly happy. First Sion addicted to copium, and now Rena is too. It's a copium epidemic. Yeah. Yeah, someone really needs to do something about the copium crisis in Hinamizawa. It's really bad. You just need to realize that your happy days will one day come to an end. The three of us walked home from school like we always did. Mion said goodbye to us at the corner of the street where she took her separate way home. She walked away waving, but I chased after her. Hmm? What? Mi-chan apparently thought she dropped something, and she looked around to see what she dropped. I almost forgot to tell you. I saw Chi-chan and Kasai-san yesterday at a coffee house. And I picked up something that Kasai-san dropped while he was there. Of course, he hadn't dropped anything. I was lying. If I could meet him, I'd just show him whatever and tell him I thought it was his and apologize for my mistake. Oh, well, thank you then. I'll send it over to him in that case. I'd like to give it back to him in person. Huh? Mi-chan looked surprised. I couldn't blame her. I'd met him only once. It was weird that I'd want to give something back in person to someone you barely know. Well, that's alright, but why? He had this cute beard and those cute glasses. I'm so crazy about cute things. Huh. I could fudge my true intentions. Could I fudge my true intentions with my cute mod? I tried it anyway. Mi-chan usually takes words at their face value, and indeed she seemed to buy it. Not weaponizing her autism. Well, sometimes that's just what you gotta do to get shit done, you know? Please don't pull out his beard and take it home with you. So, do you think I can meet him? Well, I have no idea if he's busy or not. I'll ask him when he's coming to Hinamizawa next. I need to know when as soon as possible. Of course, I wasn't going to say that I wanted to meet him today, but at least tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. What are you guys doing? Oh wait, we need... There you go. could I forget? Last one, Shion's crimes was kind of lumped in with the kill count, but you know. I believe she had 14 crimes we counted. 14, give or take. What are you guys doing? Hmm? It seems like Rena found a new love. Probably more, but 14 was the count. Yeah, we probably missed a couple. And she did, like, commit a lot of the same crime more than once. No, huh? Really? How interesting. I want to hear about it too. I didn't want her to leave it up in the air, so I told her, I think I should give it back to him as soon as possible. I'm sure he's looking for it too. Michan said, okay, twice, and walked away, waving. Shion was treating it like bingo. Homegirl had a full card. Yet, I hadn't thought about how I was going to ask for help when I would meet him. He seems to be in a higher position than Rena-san and her partner. If he agreed to help me, it would be very encouraging. But there was a possibility that he'd tell me he didn't want to interfere in other people's private matters. He could just say the whole thing was another love triangle between a father, his daughter, and his lover. Bye, Rena. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. I said goodbye to Keiichi-kun and walked home alone. After Keiichi-kun was gone, everything went quiet and my head became clear. What I needed at that moment was quiet time to think about what I should do from then on. I shouldn't depend on Kasai-san to solve my problem. He'd most likely deny my request, so I'll have to think about some alternatives. It's probably better that I just do that. A love triangle between a father, his daughter, and his lover. All sorts bother me. Because I've seen an unhappy triangle like that before. That sort of thing had happened to Satoshi-kun. Oh. Satoshi-kun experienced it last year. He fought for his sister in a triangle with his aunt. It was the same situation as mine. I'm trying to fight to protect my father. Satoshi-kun fought alone. Nobody helped him. All I did for him was give him my sympathy and compassion. I didn't think I could do anything more than that. I felt sorry for him, but I didn't really help him out. Irresponsibly, I tried to cheer him up, and I probably told him something that I thought would make him feel better, but that hurt him instead. I recently realized how much I'd hurt him with my insensitivity, because Keiichi just hurt me the same way. I'm going down the same path Satoshi-kun went last year. I feel like I'm experiencing deja vu, an unusual repetition. Would that mean that I'd be the one who gets demoned away this year? I should be okay. I wasn't thinking about running away from Minamizawa. Was I? I wasn't thinking about running away from Hinamizawa, but I thought about running away from my home many times. That's why I made the place I could escape to in the garbage dump. That dump happened to be in Hinamizawa. But what if it wasn't? Running there would be the same thing as running away from Hinamizawa. I shouldn't think like that. Orishio-sama will get mad at me. Orishio-sama is really scary. I saw flickering lights in my head. Oh no, Every time I tried to remember that time, my mind would stop working properly. I remembered the vivid colors of my psychoactive drugs, the flickering lights and clouds scattered, spreading in my head. They were so bright and annoying. Don't try too hard to remember. Don't try too hard to remember. Ah, no, no, no. I couldn't stop the flickering lights in my head. I couldn't have that feeling. I had to feel my heart with another feeling. There's no time for these crazy flickering lights in my head. I had to think about what I should do, and Kasai-san declined my request for help. I had to protect my father from Rena-san and that bad man. Wait, why was I calling her that? Rena is Rena. She's a bad person who deceived my father and tried to bring us unhappiness. Bad people bring bad things into the world without even doing anything. They're different from the other 90% of people who aren't bad. If you let them loose, they'll even ruin the people around them. Hello. And buff werewolf flame dragon fireman. Welcome to the stream. When you've had one tangerine in a box, it spreads its fungus to the other tangerines around it. That's what bad people are like. I couldn't remember how Satoshi can resolve this triangle last year, but I still could see the flickering lights in my head. They're still flickering. 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 Just as the swirl of flickering lights were making me dizzy, I saw my house. I also saw Rena-san's scooter parked by the side of the gate. The moment I saw the light, the flickering lights disappeared, and I regained control of myself. Rena-san spent the night last night. She told me she had to work today in the evening, so she should be leaving soon. I didn't want to be around her, even for a little while until she left. I said I'm home, read aloud, and rushed into the house, pretending that my friends were waiting outside and rushed out of the house. But Rena-san stopped me. Hey, Rena-chan, you're home. Hello. This was the first time I thought Rena-san's smile was ugly. It only stood to reason. I had realized the scheme she was hiding behind that smile. Your father and I went to Gogura for lunch today. There's a restaurant there that makes delicious Indian curry. My father poked his head out of the living room. He says, I want to go there again next time. I want to go there again next time we go. I really like that curry. I wonder if he meant next time with me and her. Anyway, I hate it when fuck, I can't read today inside. When Rena-san says your father. We brought you some curry home from that restaurant. Try it later. It's very good. Have you heard of that restaurant, Rena-san? I did know the restaurant she was talking about. I saw it in a magazine. It's a new restaurant that just opened recently. I also remembered that it was an expensive restaurant. The amount of money they spend on the take-home curry alone must have been enough to cover the cost of all of our dinners for several nights. Since I was aware of what was in the bank books, it was hard for me to stay calm. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Rena-san. Oh, Rena-chan. Your father and I would like to talk about something with you. I'm sorry.
ちょっと友達を
But
待
my
たせ
friends
て
are
るんで
waiting for me,
出か
so
けますね
I have to go. Huh?
またゴミ捨て場で宝探しな
We're
の
going treasure hunting at the garbage dump again.
レイナちゃんは宝探しが好きね
You really like treasure hunting, huh?
私も今度行ってみようかしら
I'd like to go there sometime.
ではすみません
Well, I gotta go. Bye. Every time Rena-san moved her arms or head, the scent of her perfume struck my nostrils. I hate the smell of her perfume, so I couldn't stay there a second longer. I rushed out of the house and started running to get away from her perfume. The rubber band inside me, the one called Rena, was stretched all the way to its limit. I'm pretty sure I'd explode and go crazy if the rubber band broke. Is that foreshadowing? I didn't want to feel like that inside my own house. My house was supposed to be the place where I could open my heart freely. I ran away. I ran away from there. I ran further and further away from there because it was no longer a place I belonged. It's not like I had a destination in mind, I was just running away. I was running to escape to a place where I did belong. Didn't I decide to fight against that woman? Didn't I decide to fight against her either by myself or with my father? But then, once I saw her fake smile, a chill ran up my back. It was like I picked up a stone, found a carpet of bugs underneath it, and put it back on the ground in a hurry. I rushed out of the house as fast as I could. Did I want to fight or did I want to run away? I was choosing to spend a peaceful time at my hideout, believing that tomorrow would be the same as today. I couldn't do that. I didn't even know when they'd spring their trap. I couldn't afford to waste any time. I knew that deep down. I knew that, but I just wanted to run away. I couldn't stop myself from running away, and so I did run away. At times like this, the mattress in my hideout would feel so soft. That I knew. Oh, sorry about the car in the background. Yeah, okay, the noise gate seems to fix it. Okay, yeah, alright, there you go. The noise gate. Oh, it's not picking it up anymore. Okay, good. They sounded as soft as my mattress. They were like music. They didn't force any feelings upon me. They cried as if to tell me just to be who I am. It was always so quiet here that I immediately noticed the purr of an engine coming closer. People used to come here and make a lot of noise during the dam conflict, but now nobody really comes here. This is a place forgotten. It was so rare to see somebody come through here at all. I sat on the roof of an abandoned car and waited for the intruder to go away without looking their way. But the purr of the engine stopped. I'm not stupid. If it stopped, I knew exactly who it had to be. I heard the person calling me, but I ignored it once. The person came closer, making it harder for me to ignore her. And she called my name again. I turned around this time.
リナさん
Rena-san.
レイナちゃん
Rena-chan.
結構耳遠い方
Are you hard of hearing?
すみません多分逆風だったん
I'm
で
sorry.
聞こえにくか
I
ったん
guess
だ
I
と思い
couldn't
ます
hear you because of the wind. As you do. Okay. She seemed to buy my poor excuse. She smiled and said, "Yeah, it happens sometimes." "Are you here alone? Where's your friend?" "I'm playing here alone." "Well, it's rare for a girl your age to play alone." Rena-chan stretched and looked across the huge garbage dump. "I can't believe people throw so much scrap out here. Did you know? There used to be a place near Higurashi where people threw tons of abandoned cars without wheels." I wasn't interested in Rena's old story, but I pretended to listen and nodded. "She doesn't take this road to go back to Okinomiya. I guess she knew I'd be here and came by to see me. What did she want?" It was obvious that she was just trying to make conversation. She probably took it personally when I avoided her earlier, which must be why she was here to butter me up. It would be better for her not to make any conflicts with the daughter of the man she's seeing, no matter what the intention of seeing him is. In that case, it was a reasonable action for her to take. While I listened to her old story, all I could think about was when she was going to leave. Didn't I have to fight against her? Didn't I decide to fight against her? Didn't I find out her plot at the coffee house in Okinomiya? Didn't I find out that this woman is squeezing money out of my father when I looked inside his cash box? I know who you are. Please leave my father alone. How easy it would be if those 2 sentences could solve the problem. She'd probably deny it. Even if I could tell her what I heard at the coffee house, I have no evidence of her plot. If she says she did it because the vulgar man was threatening her, there'd be nothing I could do. But I know this woman is a bad person. I know something terrible will happen in the near future if I waste time like this. A strange, tense feeling started coming over me, but I didn't know how to let it out. As the feeling started running high, I became unable to stand the smell of her perfume. I wanted to put a curtain distance between me and her, so I climbed down the slope of the scrap heap. I kept going down and down, the slopes of the garbage dump. When I turned around, I saw her coming down as well, muttering. Was she following me? In order to run away from her, I started running down the slope all the way to the bottom, went around some trash piles and arrived at the front of my hideout. My escape was meaningless. Not only was he going to catch up with me eventually, all I did was let her know the way to my hideout that nobody is supposed to know about. I wanted to make sure she never saw my precious hideout. I was about to leave, then she appeared. Wow, this is cool. It's like a secret base. This is my secret hideout. Nobody comes here, and nobody can hear us. I felt strange hearing myself say that. Oh, nobody can hear. That's convenient, isn't it? So this is your secret hideout, huh? I'm honored to be invited here. Right. She must have thought I told her my secret because she was worth sharing it with. She looked happy. She found the station wagon, looked inside of it through the window, and went all ooh, ooh, and ah excitedly. Ah, hydrate, thank you. This is a secret place that nobody else knows. I felt like my consciousness was separating from my body like I was floating. Oh yeah, that's dissociation. Disassociation, yeah. I mean, it's not surprising. I think at this point, we all know that Rena has like pretty bad mental health issues. But it didn't feel good like when I drank amasake. It was more like being carsick. I felt like I was going to throw up. My brain was probably secreting some chemical in order to avoid facing the reality that I'd have to stay with this woman and that I couldn't run away from her. But even if my brain tried to avoid recognizing it, the reality in front of me wouldn't change.
そうそうねえレイナちゃん
Rena-chan?
なんでしょう
Yes?
どうしたの
What's wrong?
気分悪いの
Are you feeling okay?
いえ平気です
Yes, I'm fine. I inhaled fresh air and pulled my consciousness back to reality. I didn't feel like throwing up anymore, but I still felt off balance. I leaned to a scrap of garbage to keep my balance.
私はレイナちゃんのこと好きよ
Oh, that's crazy. I don't like you. I think you're a gold digger. I like you, Rena-chan.
レイナちゃんは私のこと好き
Do you like me? No, I think you're terrible. What are you talking about all of a sudden? I said that because I didn't want to say that I like her.
私ねずっとあなたの
I've been seeing your father for quite a long time
い
now.
ろいろと話し合ってね
We've been talking about many things, you know? I needed to stop feeling like this. Get up, Rena. I heard something like this before. A part of me was trying to understand what this woman was trying to say, but another part of me was trying not to. What's with the cheers? I felt as if her words were bouncing around in my head, and I started having a headache.
それでねこれからのことを真剣に話し
We
合っ
had
た
a
のよ
serious talk about our future the other day.
これからの生活やいろい
You
ろ
know, about our life together and so on. What?
レイナも秋人おじさんのこと好きでしょ
Oh. You like Uncle Akihito, don't you, Rena?
それでねお母さん
So, your father and I are... What's going on? Mother? What are you talking about, Rena Ryukyu? This is an important moment. You're about to have a one-on-one battle with Rena-san. No, Mom, what about my dad? What about me? I don't want you to divorce him. I don't want you to get remarried to anybody else. No, please don't divorce him. I'm not going to let you do that. I'm not going to let you get remarried.
再婚なんて許さないです
I'm not going to let you get married to my father.
え
What?
お父さんとどういう付き合い方をしたって構いませんが
I don't care if
再婚なん
you...
て許さないです
Yes, thank you, motorcycle. I don't care if you go out with him, but I'm not going to let you get married to my father. She must have not thought I'd say it straight out like that. She looked stunned. After a while, she broke the silence with her laughter.
拒絶もあるかなとは思ってたけど
I thought you might reject me, but I didn't think you'd say it straight out like that.
思わなかったもんだから拒絶もあるかなと思っていました
This unlock moment. Oh boy. What do you think? Are we gonna add a number to the kill count already? You thought I might reject you?
私が拒絶していたのに気づいていたのは意外でした
I'm surprised you even noticed that I was going to do it.
そんなのわかるでしょ
Of course I did.
あんた私と目を合わせると
You always ran away whenever you saw me.
それで分かってないなんて思ってた
You thought I didn't know?
こ
This is why I hate kids. She frowned, revealing her ugly self. It should have been the first time I saw her face like that, but I wasn't surprised at all. Her face looked like that to me from the beginning. I wanted to get along with you if I could, at least on the surface, but I guess it's hard to do that now since you hate me so much. What do you hate about me? Everything. I'd like to know for future reference. Called it. I called it. Everything. I hate everything about you. I hate your smell too. One vicious word came out from my mouth after another. I didn't have wings, but I felt as if I was flying up to the sky. I felt weird and uncomfortable, but also exhilarated. I hate everything about you intensifies. I mean, he's a right bitch. I felt as if I was letting another me use my body. I was in the middle of a disastrous battlefield, but I felt like it wasn't even my business. That's just fine with me. Because I hate you too. I guess we're even. You little fucking brat. You better shut your fucking mouth or I'll make you. Never come to my house again. I'll never let you get married to my father. No. I don't need your permission, you know. Well, why don't you try and stop your father from remarrying? Let's see what happens. I think you're wasting your time, though. She didn't look intimidated by me at all, and that made me feel a little intimidated in return. Why was she so confident in her absolute control over my father? She had to have had more than confidence to be able to act as fearless as this. She must have something tangible. Before I asked her what it was, she told me herself. She's not pregnant, is she? Please, she's not pregnant, is she? Is she pregnant? She's pregnant. She's pregnant. I know it is. She's been staying the night. You know what happens when they've been staying the night? They be fucking. Now, whether the child is Rena's father or Tepe's is up in the air, but she is with child. I know she is. We're cooked. We're cooked. I don't think her dad knows yet, though. I think she's gonna like, oh my god, we're so cooked. Destroy the child. Oh no. I'm pregnant. You're lying. Double kill. I'm not lying. It's true. It's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a big lie. She has to divorce because she got pregnant. She has to get remarried because she got pregnant. That's a lie. That's a big lie. Oh no. I'm a Christian, so I can't get an abortion. But scamming people out of their money is completely on the table. I would argue that scamming people out of their money is not very Christian of you. She never said she was a devout Christian. She's like, hey. Just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I'm like, whoa. Oh, I'm a Christian, so you expect me to be like honest? And like make a living through an honest means and not hurt people? That's crazy. Completely out of the question. Unreasonable. I'll just repent for my sins and be done with it. That's crazy. She's one of those Christians, I see. I'll just have to accept it. Plus, we had sex with marriage in mind. Oh, so they're like, oh, whatever happens, happens, because we'll get married anyway? I see. We're so fucked. God wills it. God's plan. Who are you to argue with God's plan? He made me pregnant, and if he changes his mind and takes no responsibility, it's going to be a big mess, you know? I don't need protection. I have God on my side. That was your plan, wasn't it? I overheard it. I heard the conversation you had with that man Tet-chan at the coffee house. I know you started seeing my father for his money. I know you call him your husband in Hinamizawa, and how he's just a big catch for you. I know everything because I heard it from Kasai-san. I know you do badger games too. Oh, you knew? Oh. Before I knew it, Rena was standing right in front of me. We glared at each other with our faces almost touching. So, Rena-chan, you know everything. And what were you thinking you were doing? And what were you thinking you're going to do? Don't come near my father ever again. If I refuse? You wanted to talk to me at your secret hideout, right? I kind of knew what you wanted to talk to me about. You brought me to your secret hideout, where nobody knows and nobody can hear us, right? Yeah, you're right. Nobody knows about this place, and nobody can hear us here. Nobody comes here because it's a place forgotten. Our faces were so close to each other that our noses could almost touch. I knew what I was talking about, but I didn't know what would happen next. I couldn't back down now that I had come to this point. But I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what I should do. Come on, let's not do this. Let's be friends again. Rena started laughing and slapped me on the back. My expression didn't change, and I kept staring at Rena. But I didn't notice her real intention of putting both arms around my neck. Oh no, okay. The tension broke, already stretched thin, and Rena squeezed my neck hard. Well, it was well, Rena, it's you or her. I was openly hostile, but I didn't realize Rena's evil intentions until she started choking me. You little brat. I'm so close to getting millions of yen. If you at least pretended to get along with me, I would have given you a good allowance. But you just couldn't keep your fucking mouth shut, can you? You got some fucking nerve. A brat like you should die. I tried to pry her hands off my neck, but I didn't have the strength to do so. I didn't want to kill you. But I'll probably never get a big catch as your father again. So I don't mind killing you for millions of yen. I was going to disappear after I got that money anyway. This is what you get for talking back to me. The world around me got darker and darker. I had never known an evil intention like this, namely the intention to kill me. It didn't scare me though. That's because being scared is a feeling that people use to express how they feel when they see a wildfire on the other side of the river. People on the island with the wildfire, with their deaths right in front of them, they don't get scared. If I loosened my grip on her hands even a little bit, she'd crush my throat. This was a simple competition to see who was stronger. Rena wanted to get into the most advantageous position, so she tried to push me down to the ground so she could mount me. If I let her do that, I wouldn't stand a chance. I tried to keep my current position, but I was losing a lot of energy being choked. It was only a matter of time before Rena could push me down. I lost my balance on purpose. I tried to fall backwards in order to put her off balance. I couldn't hold my breath long enough to keep up that strength competition, so I had no choice but to take that chance. We fell on the ground, tangled together. But as Rena was strongly determined to kill me, she didn't even take her hands away from my neck after she fell. However, my action made Rena loosen her grip on my throat. It wasn't enough for me to break free from her grip. It gave me a few moments to use my hands for something other than stopping her from crushing my throat. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Absolutely. If I hadn't taken the chance, I would have been done for. That's why I tried to literally seize my chance. I moved both of my hands on the ground to seize that chance. I felt a piece of broken glass on my right hand. It was truly my chance. That was truly my chance to literally save myself from the brink of death. I cut Rena's wrist deep with the piece of glass. Rena tried to endure the pain for a few seconds, but pain that severe from someone so cornered soon broke her will. She let go of my throat and clung to her bloody wrist. I used that moment to roll away from her. Fucking hurts. She screamed both in pain and also to try and intimidate me again. It didn't work anymore though. Intimidation only works on the opponent when the opponent is hesitant to fight. When you're already in a fight, screaming like that means nothing more than letting the opponent know how badly you're hurt. I no longer had any hesitation. I had learned from Rena. She taught me what I have to do in a situation like this. That's right. This is my secret hideout. I know every piece of junk in here. Maybe I knew that a day like this was coming. Was it just a coincidence that it was here? I had pulled out a meter-long lead pipe, not surprised at all to see it there. I raised it up high and brought it back down. There is no way Rena could block this hard and heavy lead pipe with just her arms. She'd probably tried to block it with the palms of her hands in order to take it from me. Bonk. But her long nails wouldn't let that happen. Unable to catch it the way she wanted, she broke her fingers and some of her nails came off too. Her scream made me realize I had the advantage. An advantage I would have to keep. If I didn't, she'd turn the tables just like I did, and then she'd choke me to death for sure. Rena shielded her head with her arms, but it didn't help. All that would change is that I'd break her arms before I broke her face. I'm serious, stop right now. I'm serious too. Die, die, die. You should die. Yeah, that's right. I should have done this a long time ago. I didn't need proof. I didn't have to talk to anybody. That's stupid. That's nonsense. I should have done this a long time ago. If I had done it a long time ago, my father wouldn't have been deceived. I could have protected him. I could have protected my family. I could have protected my life. I could have been myself. My mother wouldn't have divorced my father. But I stayed happy. I wouldn't have had to be unhappy. When it's just like, man, this murder thing's pretty easy actually. It's like, damn, all of my problems would be solved with murder. That's crazy. I'm going to recapture my happiness. At this moment, I'm going to win back my happiness. I'm not going to cry for misfortune. I'm not going to give in to a fate of unhappiness. I'm going to be happy. I'm going to seize my happiness. Right now. With my own 2 hands. Rena tried to run away from me. But as she could no longer have use of her hands, it made it difficult for her to stand up to escape. Especially since there were scraps of junk everywhere on the ground. After all, this is my hideout. This is my territory. Nobody can run away from me here. She tried to climb up the slope of garbage, slipped, fell, and rolled all the way back down. To be frank, Rena started it. She did, yeah. She did start it, yeah. She didn't stand up or move. Her eyes were open, and her neck was bent in an unnatural angle. I didn't know how to make sure she was dead, so I kept looking at her opened eyes for a while. She could be faking it for all I know. I know what to do when the taxman starts knocking. No. But she didn't close her eyes no matter how long I waited. I scooped up a handful of sand and threw it on her face. She still didn't close her eyes. Rule number 2, double tap. Just make sure. The lead pipe slipped out of my hand and hit the ground. When I tried to pick it up, I realized how heavy it was. I was surprised that I was wielding it as though it was a knife. I was sweating all over. The wind felt good on my skin. The cries of the Higurashi were calming me down and healing my soul. Rena was just a broken dummy now. She had become a piece of junk. Adrenaline's a hell of a drug. You're listening to Higurashi. I'm the owner of this line of junk, and I've defended it from her intrusion. Now she was a resident of this junkyard. I didn't feel bad about killing her. In fact, I felt rather fulfilled that I had defeated the evil woman who had deceived my father. I started breathing slowly and calmly, and I regained enough energy to analyze the situation. I'd have to hide her body. First, I had to get rid of her scooter. I climbed down the slope and kicked her scooter down the hill. Rena's like, "Oh man, now I gotta hide your body. It's so much work." Ah, damn it. Well, you can't just leave it there. Having to dispose of the bodies, am I right? Yeah, just the most... Gotta be like the most inconvenient part of murdering someone. For legal reasons, that is a joke. Please don't ban me. In Minecraft. It rode down the slope, making a lot of noise, and blended in with all the junk as it stopped, like it was from the beginning. Wait, we're joking. Ginny! I went back down the slope and started dragging her body to my hideout. It should have taken as much effort as dragging a 50-kilogram sandbag, but it felt lighter than that. It was just a sandbag, yet it brought disaster to my family. I didn't lure her here in order to kill her. Or did I? Maybe I just didn't notice that I had that intention deep down in my heart. Even so, I felt like this is the best and most expedient solution. Hey, Kronk, gotta get rid of that 70-kilogram chicken. There's no better solution than killing her. How wasteful to depend on someone to help me, wait for the day to come when they will. I remembered the murder of Satoshi-kun's aunt that happened last year. I had no doubt that Satoshi-kun murdered her. But I've never been as convinced as I am right at this moment. What a clean red substance from the carpet. Don't mind me, I'm just ordering a couple of bottles of bleach from Instacart. I'm just doing some cleaning around the house. It is a common household cleaning solution. There's nothing sus about it. I just happened to run out of bleach is all. You know? I'm just doing laundry, okay? I have a lot of white clothes, you know? How he could have saved Satoko-chan, other than by killing his aunt last year at that time, in that circumstance. My situation is just... Oh wait, we have to add her to the kill count, don't we? How could I have saved my father other than by killing her? If I was planning a murder, I would have been under a lot of pressure and stress. But, for better or worse, the moment came to me out of nowhere. That's why. I believed I solved my problem with as little trouble as possible. Now that she's gone, will anyone become suspicious about her disappearance? She was an irresponsible person who skipped work at her own convenience. So, I don't think anybody would get suspicious when she'd disappear one day. She was a big mess from the start. People will think she went into hiding because she got into deep trouble with someone. I don't need to fabricate an alibi. I mean, yeah, your dad will be pretty pretty heartbroken that she just up and left, but like, he'll get over it. Time heals all wounds, it's fine. I didn't need to fabricate an alibi. All I needed to do was to get rid of her body. It took me a while to figure out how to do that last part. Hiding her body would be very risky. But my brain had become so calm that I did some calculations to come up with an answer right away. Yes, this place is still the safest. I mean, she also set herself prior to having her skull evacuated with the lead pipe that she intended to take the money and run away. Both? Don't worry about it. This is a place forgotten. Nobody comes here. Nobody knows this place is here. I knew that because I've been spending a lot of time here. Compared to taking the risk of carrying her body to some other place, it was a lot safer to just hide it here. But it wasn't perfect yet. This place wouldn't remain a secret forever. I could hide it here for now, but I'd have to come up with some perfect way to make it completely disappear. It's a lot easier to think about that than thinking about how to make Rena break up with my father. I stuffed her corpse into a broken refrigerator in a trash pile. I wanted to cover the refrigerator with dirt and bury it, but that was too easy. I had to chop the corpse into pieces and make them completely disappear. I felt like it got dark all of a sudden. No, it didn't get dark all of a sudden. I just didn't realize it was getting dark until just then. I could hear thunder from a distance. It might rain soon. I could use some rain. It washed Rena's dirty blood onto the ground. I should go home. I should think about what I want to do. I was going to stay right beside my father until he forgets about her. He might be hurt at first, but we're going to recapture our happiness for sure. Our happy, peaceful life. My body was heavy with exhaustion, but I also felt fulfilled because I took a very important first step today. I'll keep taking one step after another. I'm not going to cry anymore. I'm not going to cry until I win back my happiness. I'm not going to cry again. Oh boy. You don't need to get remarried. That was the first thing I said after I got home. My father looked stunned. He noticed the sad tone in my voice, and realizing that I didn't agree with the idea of his remarriage, he looked down. I understand. I know how you feel, Rena. I should have talked about it with you first, and that woman is lying to you about her pregnancy. Don't talk like that. Rena-san is... I'll tell you the truth. That woman and a guy called Tet-chan are a team of bad people. She went out with you only because she was trying to get our money. My father didn't get it right away, of course. He looked upset and said because I had called her that woman. I should have chosen my words a little more carefully, but I think I told him the truth clearly enough. I told him everything I heard and saw at the coffee house. As expected, he defended Rena anyway. I was upset, but at the same time, it made me certain that there was no other way than to kill her. I felt the pressure on my shoulders lessen for some reason. My father thought that he needed my approval for his remarriage, so he held back his anger and put on a fake smile on his face instead. Hey Rena, let's sit down with a cup of tea and talk. I'm sure you'll understand once you hear me out. A tamed animal is still tamed even after the owner is dead. That's okay. I'll open the gate anyway. Even a tamed animal will notice the day he's no longer in captivity. That's not something I could teach him. He had to realize it on his own. I couldn't stand his fake smile anymore, so I left the living room. Time healed the pain from the divorce. Time heals any kind of pain, just like how dripping water will eventually bore a hole through solid rock. I did what I could do. Now I'd have to wait. But the day I was going to wait for came earlier than I expected. At midnight of the following day, we had a visitor. It was at Tetchan then. Teppei Hojo. Teppei didn't even knock on the door to get in. He broke into the house by smashing the window. At first, I thought he came here to ask us about Rena's whereabouts, but I was wrong. The real reason why Teppei came here was because it was their plan. It was the last stage of their badger game. Rena was probably supposed to be in bed with my father that same night. Teppei must have wanted to show up and catch them sleeping together. Teppei looked around the house, but he couldn't find Rena. He didn't change the plan though. He grabbed my father by his collar and started yelling threats. He showed my father a certificate of marriage to Rena and shouted at him saying, "You got my wife pregnant. How are you going to take responsibility?" My father had no idea she was married. He looked shocked. My father is a short guy who's faint of heart. He just let Teppei do and say whatever he wanted from beginning to end. I looked at him from a distance coldly. The more Teppei yelled and threatened my father, the faster he'd wake up from his bad dream. This was a medicine for him. Teppei was cutting out the cancer, and I was going to depend on time to do, and he was doing a great job of it. I wanted to help my father until I was sure that he had finally awakened from his bad dream. I told Teppei that I had something important to tell him and took him outside. So, what do you want? Has Rina-san come back to Okinomiya since yesterday? As a matter of fact, she's hiding somewhere. What? I don't get it. Rina-ran told me to take her to you when you came to my house. The fuck is Ritsuko thinking? She's gonna bonk him too. Yup. I mean, he's a lot bigger than her, but if she gets the jump on him, then Teppei followed me without hesitation. We walked in dark with a flashlight to the place where nobody comes and nobody can hear us, the place forgotten. He asked me many things on the way, but I couldn't answer any of them. I just told him to ask Rena. The way it seemed to make him think that Rena was going to betray him. The way I said it seemed to make him think that Rena was going to betray him and get married to my father for real. Size doesn't really indicate much about their fighting ability. That is true, yeah. Even though he was breathing heavily in a rage, he walked right behind me without any suspicions. Yes and no? Yeah. I knew this day was going to come very soon, so I was well prepared for it. So let's compare Keiichi's plan to murder Satoko's uncle compared to Rena's plan. Someone double your size and several times your weight has a significant advantage. Yeah. No, they don't, Chinny. They have to sleep. Everybody's vulnerable when they're sleeping. It's why there are weight classes in professional fighting. Ah, I see. I think for a guy who goes around scamming people, he'd be a bit more cautious, right? Yeah, aren't like dishonest people. They're like less trusting because they just assume everybody else is dishonest like them. So they actually tend to... We reached this place where I originally planned to bring him and turned off the flashlight all of a sudden. Oh. Well, what's going on? Everyone gets nervous when the only light in the dark goes off. But this is my territory. I didn't need any light. I could feel my surroundings even better with my eyes closed. I grabbed the big hatchet I'd hidden in a bush and lifted it up high. Well, she's not intending to fight. It's just gonna be a one and done, I think. I'm sorry, I guess the battery ran out. Hold on a second. Okay, hurry it up. Well, it's not a bunk, it's just asking him. It's just asking him, yeah. Okay, hurry it up. I purposely sounded weak and helpless, while I raised the hatchet into the air. Oh, I got a lighter. I'll just fire this baby up. Tepe found a lighter in his pocket. Good thing a weapon is a force multiplier. There's her advantage. It really doesn't matter how like big and strong you are. If someone hits you with on the head with a hatchet, you're kind of done. Tepe found a lighter in his pocket and lit it up. He probably couldn't understand the sight illuminated by that small light. What a last thing to see, little ginger girl with a giant hatchet coming down at you. Yeah. He saw a girl lifting up a big hatchet right in front of him. Well, Tepe's eyes went wide. He didn't understand what was going on, but he understood that his life was in danger. And yet, he must not have been able to think fast enough to deal with it, even though he understood what he should do. Even if he could think fast enough and blocked his head with its arms, it wouldn't have meant anything. I knew Tepe would come to my house eventually. That's why I prepared for that day. I just didn't think that preparation was going to bear fruit tonight. I chose my weapon very carefully. I planned when, where, and how I was going to attack him. And so, there can only be one result. The hatchet cut deeply into his forehead. I felt an incredible vibration through the hatchet when it hit him, and this told me that I broke his skull. He bragged about how good he was at fighting at the coffee house, but he sure went down quickly when faced with a murderous weapon. He was done in by a single blow. Tepe slowly fell to his side with the hatchet in his forehead. He looked like a victim in a B-movie. I killed this guy with just one hatchet. Well, that's two. 2 for 2. He was probably quite experienced in the world of violence, but I was better than him when it came to killing. Why? Because I've killed someone before. It's all done now. Double kill. The bad people who deceived my father and tried to rob him blind are all gone. Who would win? A big bro-like gangster or some ginger psycho with a hatchet? I mean, if she can get the jump on you. Like, she obviously knew, like, there's no way I can fight him. Like, she's like, I'm not gonna attempt to fight him. just gonna quick and easy. I did what I had to do in order to protect my life. If I had this much courage and determination when my mom told me about the divorce, I might have killed Akihito. Okay, Rena. If I did, I would have taken the life of only one. Because I couldn't do it back then, I had to kill 2 people in the last 2 days. Oh, Rena, let's finish up. There's already a place to hide his body. I took care of everything. My hands were wet, so I shone the flashlight at them. I thought it was blood, but it was just sweat. Even so, I still felt uncomfortable and shone the flashlight at my hands several times. I did all this in order to be happy. I did this, so I should be happy now. I tried so hard that I got blood on my hands. I wanted to get credit for that from him. Or Yoshio-sama. Let me ask you a question. Can I finally rewind time back to the day when everything started to go... I can finally rewind time back to the day everything started to go wrong, can't I? She went from self-defense to man. I should have killed her a while ago. I'm just gonna stealth kill this one. I'm going to stay in Hinamizawa. I'm going to live happily with my father forever. It's rare to see Rena sleep in class. She isn't the kind of girl who sleeps in class because of staying up so late. Damn, she did that on a school night? Murder on a school night? Oh my god. She had tried to go... She had to be tired from doing housework or something. Yeah, she was up all night taking out the trash. You know, the scariest part about Rena isn't when she's being intimidating or anything, it's that when she's quiet and calculating, like with the 2 kills here, yeah. Even a psycho still fails. Fears failing the education system. That's the real killer there. Everybody seemed to be thinking the same thing. Nobody tried to wake her up, not even Chie-sensei. Yeah, that's one thing I like about Rena. You know, she doesn't seem like it, but she's incredibly sharp. She got up for a few seconds and went back to sleep. She swayed back and forth like she was rowing a boat. But she's in class, so I should wake her up, right? I was about to wake her up before my hand touched her. Mion gave me a sign not to. Let her sleep. She must be really tired today. When she's being intimidating, you know you're safe because she wanted to kill you. She'd just kill you. She would. And she would have a plan and everything, and nobody would find you. She's like, nah, relax. If I wanted you to be dead, you'd be dead. You're right. I heard a few days ago that Rena lives with her father. She studies during the day, plays a lot after school, and does things around the house after that. I didn't know that. I also didn't know her mother had divorced her father. Mion told me that. She also told me not to talk about it because Rena is still hurt by the divorce. Hurt is an understatement. I didn't even notice that she's been through such a tough time.
レナはそういうのを表に出さないタイプだよ。
Rena is the kind of girl who doesn't show her pain to
ひょ
others.
っとすると
She always looks
普段
happy
陽
and
気に振る
cheerful,
舞っているのも
but she might
そう
be
いう風
acting
に
that way
意
on
識して
purpose.
振る舞っているからかもね。
Rena told me that happy days will one day come to an end. She told me that she knew firsthand. What could she have been through? I had no idea. That's probably why she tried to spend as much time as peacefully and cheerfully as she could. An understatement on the same vein as saying the American military takes exception to people touching their phone. I must have hurt her feelings when I said I was bored of having happy days. When I thought about it, I felt bad for living off my parents. We were both healthy and happy. For that matter, Satoko and Rika-chan lost their parents too. Mion lives with her grandmother, away from her parents, because she needs to learn to be the head of the Sonozaki family in the future. When I realized all of that, I felt bad about my situation.
別にケイちゃんが両親と生活してることを申し訳なく思うことはないよ。
Oh, but I want to be a part of the orphan club too. You don't have to feel bad about living with your parents. Mion seemed to have read my mind. She said that with a cool expression on her face.
確かに家族ってのは生まれてきた子供である私たちにとって一番最初のコミュニティなんだと思う。
A family is the most common community for kids like us to live
でも
in,
ね、
but it's not the only community we have. To be fair, Keiichi's mind is an open book. Yeah. Yeah, it's always, you said, like, throughout the story, it's always very clear that, like, people always know what he's thinking. Just by looking at him. You mean friends?
分かってるじゃん。
You're right.
俺たちはレナにとって家族に負けないく
Do
らい
you
の
think
存
we're
在
as
なんだ。
good as family to Rena?
掃除洗濯、炊事に買い物。
Rena does cleaning, laundry, cooking, and shopping, but she must be tired every day.
それに疲れて昼寝だけして過ごすことだって
She
レナ
should,
にはできるんだ。
she could spend her afternoon taking naps,
でもレナはそれをしない。
but she doesn't do that.
放課後の時
She
間
spends her afternoons playing
私
with
たちと
us.
部活をして過ごす。それはつまり、
That means, how should I put it?
そう、仲間ってことな
That
の。
means we're her best friends.
レナにとっては家族と同じくらいの意味のある
So, you're saying we're friends with as much value as family to her?
え
Mion looked stunned, as if she didn't understand what I was talking about.
ああ、ケイちゃんが今日まで仲間って言葉をどういう意味で
I
使って
didn't
きた
know
か
what
知らない
friends
けど
meant for you until today. Do you think we're as good as family to Rena? I mean, in the first arc, when you caved her skull and she kept saying that she believed in you. That is true, she did say that.
仲間ってのは家族と全く同格じゃないのか
But
な。
I believe friends are just important and as valuable as family.
難しく考えることではないのですよ。
It's actually very easy to understand. Rika joined our conversation.
居場所があればいいのです。
The important thing is to have people around you whom you feel comfortable.
それがある場所、家族と言ったり、仲間と言ったり、呼び方が少し変わるだけのことなの
Rico's
ですよ。
not gonna catch any strays today. Sometimes you call them family or sometimes you call them friends. It's a matter of words you use.
リカちゃんにとって家族と仲間は同じものか。
Are friends the same as family to you, Rika-chan?
僕はそうだと思っていますです。
Yes, they are.
サトコもミーも、そしてレナもそうだと思
I
います。
believe they are to Satoko, Min, and Rena too.
だから私たちはいつも一緒にいようとするんじゃないかな。
My family is all dead, Keiichi, so yeah. I guess that's why we always try to stay together.
リカちゃんはみんなといると寂しくないか？
Hello, Beck. Good evening. Do you ever feel lonely when you're with your friends?
みんなは家族なのです。
They're my family,
寂しくなんかないのです
so
よ。
I'm not lonely. Mion nodded in agreement. Tatsuko was talking with her other classmates, but I'm sure she would nod as well. Rena would too. I love that Keiichi is this pro type, but he has even less social awareness than I do. That's a startling. Right? I mean,
俺ちょっと恥ずかしいよ。
I'm a little embarrassed. Why?
今日まで俺本当の意味で理解してなかったと思う。
I've been using the word friends, but I don't think I understood its true meaning until today.
仲間ってのはもっともっと大切
Friends
で
are
かけがえの
more
ない
important and irreplaceable than I thought they were.
それすっごく当たり前のことだ。
That's like common sense.
もし今日まで分かってなかったなら、
So you should take this opportunity to remember that.
そうだな。
Yeah,
そうするぜ。
I will.
あと、それを二度と口にしない。
I also recommend you don't say that again.
今ケイちゃん、かなり恥ずかしいこと
Kei-chan, you
言って
just said
たと思う
something
よ。
very embarrassing, you know? After all that, Mion still made fun of me. I think I understand a little better why Rena is always so serious about having fun. I want to be her best friend. I want to do my best to be deserving of her effort. Ichi being confessed to and goes like, you like me romantically? As in like a boyfriend and girlfriend type? Like, you love me? Like, you want to date me? Like, and then after dating for 2 years, you'd be like, oh, so me being your boyfriend means that you love me and care about me deeply? Holy shit, I didn't realize that. That's crazy. Is that why we've dated for 2 years? Oh my god. Realizes it at 3 a.m. while you're trying to sleep. Like, yeah. Rena snored and sounded cute. Chie-sensei let her sleep in class, but she couldn't let her get away with snoring.
委員長、竜宮さんを起こしてください。
Last president, wake her up, please.
レーナ、ほらほら。
Rena, get up. Rena was still half asleep and made a strange noise. Everybody in class laughed. Rena noticed they were laughing at her, woke up right away, and acted like she wasn't sleeping at all. It looked really funny, and I burst into a fit of laughter. Outside the window, the sky was blue, and the clouds were pure white. It was still June, but it looked like the middle of summer. 20 years later, married, settled in a house with kids. Wait, do you mean you love me? At least they could wake her up. I once fell asleep in French class and they didn't wake me up until I heard the end of the bell at the end of the day. Damn. This perfect weather wouldn't last forever. It could get cloudy and rain all of a sudden. That's why we had to play and raise a ruckus while we still had this perfect weather. The cries of the cicadas sound if they're laughing at us because we still have some classes left. Ah, damn it. I can't wait for school to finish.
どうしたんだろう。
Keiichi-kun,
ケイチ君すっごく
you look very
嬉しそうだね。
happy.
今
Did something special happen today?
別に今日は何
Nothing.
かあるわけじゃないぜ。
On my deathbed, wondering if she really loved me for real. They,
今日は今日だし、
I know we were like married for like 60, we were together for 60 years, but wait, is she loves, did she really love me for, is that why she was with me for 60 years? She to his son like, wait, you're my son, you look up and idolize me and love me like a father? What? This is the first, why didn't anybody tell me about this? This is the first I'm realizing this. Nothing. Today is today. Tomorrow is tomorrow, right? Yeah.
今日が晴れてるなら、それで
I'm just happy that we have perfect weather today.
明日の天気なんか知ったこっちゃないってことさ。
I don't care about the weather tomorrow.
だから、今日という日
I
を
want to enjoy today as much as I can.
いつ天気が崩れたって後悔しないくらいに。
When the weather changes, I don't want to regret that I didn't. I learned that from Rena. I learned that peaceful days are the happiest days you have when they're irreplaceable.
ミオ、今日の部活はなんだ？
Mian, what are we doing today for club activities?
それに最近罰ゲームが
We need something very exciting for the punishment, too.
言うねケイちゃん
That's the spirit I like, Kei-chan.
そこまで言うなら今日の放課後
Because you insist, I'll put you through a living hell.
拝ましてあげるよ
ケイチくん、あんまりみーちゃんを挑発しちゃダ
Keiichi-kun,
メ
you
だよ。
shouldn't provoke her too much.
おいおい、臆すのかよ、レナ。
Hey, are you scared, Rena?
上等じゃないかよ。
I know you're better than
まあ
that.
俺たちの実力で
Let's show her your true power again.
俺とレナの決着だってまだまだついてない。
Remember, we haven't brought an end to our last battle. I grinned at her and she grinned back.
それもそうだね。
I do remember that.
よし、レナも思いっきり
Okay,
頑張
let's
る
do
よ
it then.
レナさんには先日は
Rena,
ありが
you
とう
certainly got me last time.
きっちり倍返しさせ
For
ていた
that,
だきまして
I
ですよ。
must pay you back with interest.
いいねいいね
This is getting very interesting.
盛り上がってきたよ
It's going to be a blast.
早く放課後になるといいの
I
です。
can't wait for school to finish. Can't wait either, but the time we spent just talking together is also very
そう
precious.
だな。
Yeah,
早く放課後になるといいな。
it would be nice if school ended soon. Rena at the party, like, they don't even know that I killed 2 people. My favorite wine. Satsuko went to join the children playing in the schoolyard. Since I didn't feel like going, I decided to stay at home. Most likely, she wouldn't be back until the evening. When Satsuko wasn't around, I had ways of spending time without her. To be fair, if anyone find out, they probably throw her a parade. I mean, they were garbage people. No, like, think about it. All those people who they like were scamming out of money. Now that they're dead, like, those people are free. They don't have to pay them anymore. You know? She made the world a better place by offing them. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. They sucked. They were garbage. Besides, that was what I wanted to do anyway. Yeah, if they had lived, they probably continue to go on scamming people. Absolutely. Just going around ruining lives. I stuck my head deep inside the pile of winter futons in the closet and pulled one out. Next, I filled a stylish-looking glass with ice. The ice made in the freezer smelled of chlorine, though, and didn't taste good. Store-bought ice would be the best, but since Satoko kept asking me what I was using it for, I stopped buying it. Is this Satoshi's pove? Was Satoshi an alcoholic? It would be worth spending some time to think about a good excuse for it. If it meant I'd be able to enjoy ice without ever again smelling the chlorine. I filled the glass with mineral water, then poured a bit of another liquid into the glass. Watching the color mix into the transparent water was a very pleasant thing. This wasn't the right way to drink it, but I liked it that way, and didn't want to hear any complaints. My body is very convenient because I can get drunk with only a tiny amount. That's why I dilute that small amount with a full glass of water. Even if Rena was a Christian and pregnant, she was more than willing to advocate with somebody to ruin their lives and probably also abandon the kid once it was born. Absolutely. And thanks to that, I can enjoy a single bottle for a long time. It wasn't bad if I thought about it like that. I put a cushion on my favorite spot by the window, and with the glass in one hand, I enjoyed the familiar view with the soft wind brushing through my hair. A slightly sweet, ripened Rona tickled my nose. Just when I was about to start enjoying the atmosphere, the annoying one came back. She didn't like this habit of mine, and she complained every time I tilted the glass. She started nagging me noisily. Shut up. Is this Rika? Wait a minute, I thought this was Satoshi. I thought this was like a flashback. Is this Rika? Is Rika drinking wine? Oh my god. Be a little more tolerant. I can eat and drink whatever I want. You can. Kids aren't supposed to drink alcohol. Oh. Okay. Rika, what's going on that you... I tried to ignore her, but she started making a fuss as if to ruin the atmosphere on purpose. There's no way I could enjoy getting drunk like this. I glared at her, then threw the drink out the window. Do you want to know why I'm depressed? I'm depressed because the way I die has been decided. It seemed like she finally understood why I wanted to drown myself in alcohol. You don't have to feel down. I get to die instantly, so it's not that scary. My body will be burned and cut in pieces, but I'll be able to die instantly. But not yet. I know. Not yet. When am I going to die again? I think it's the night of the 25th of June. It's about a week after the Watsunagashi festival. Oh, that sounds reasonable. I know, not yet. Unfortunately moved. Or any, yeah. Is it my fault? Of course it is. Are you serious? She was the one who asked me. Yes, she cried when I told her she was right. She was always so annoying. Let's keep trying. First time I got to hear that in this playthrough, huh? Yeah? I'm sure I'll get 6 in a row in the next board game. June 25th. I still had 10 more days. I was going to relax and enjoy those 10 days. Still had some wine left too. I'm gonna take a quick water break and then we can continue. Yeah, we can read one more chapter. Okay, I'll be right back. way and keep you waiting too long. I know she's a child and capable of getting drunk off of small amounts. But like, how are you gonna enjoy that when it's basically alcohol-flavored water? Hey, let her have this. It had been very hot for the past few days, and the corpses went rotten quickly. Any housewife knows how fast fresh meat can go bad. I know it too, which is why the first thing I did was to dismember the corpses. There was only one reason why I needed to dismember them. I had to reduce them to a portable size in order to carry them to a place where they'll never be found. When men see the words dismembered corpses, they'll probably feel disgusted because they don't cook. But housewives are used to taking out the guts of fish, and they sometimes even see living maggots. They take the maggots off the food or even cook it with the maggots still on. Are... Bruh, are times that tough where you have to eat the fish with the maggots in it? In this economy, we take what we can get. Fried protein, extra flavor, you know? Instant tekoboki for the first time. That's like... I've seen that on YouTube a lot. I've always wanted to try it. It looks delicious. Yeah, the rice cake one, yeah. The heat will kill them after all. Women don't tell men what they do in the kitchen because men won't eat the food if they knew. So it didn't really bother me much to dismember them. I was released from all of my problems by killing them. Cleaning up the mess was like nothing to me because I got freedom and regained my happiness. No. Not the maggots. I was talking about food. Maggot-free food. Thank you. I dismembered the corpses using carpenter's tools like a saw and hatchet. I'm wearing a black tracksuit I bought for today because I thought it might get stained with blood. Bloodstains don't show on black fabric and I can just throw it away after it's done. I brought a plastic seed I found in the dump because I thought the blood might spread otherwise. If I did the work on this sheet, I could just burn it after I was done. In the end, dismembering human bodies is no different from preparing food on a chopping board. Okay. Oh, she spent hours doing this, okay. I was very tired from chopping apart 2 adult bodies, but I didn't have a problem doing it. I cut off their arms, legs, heads, dividing each body into 6 pieces. Rena, dearest Ginger, can we stop talking about corpses and food together? But before that, the blades easily got ruined by fat when you cut apart a corpse, so I brought many kinds of tools. And I was right, I didn't have to go back and forth between here and my house to get another tool in the middle of work. A long time ago, the construction manager was murdered and his body was dismembered here during the dam conflict. He was cut into 6 pieces in the same way. Well, I had 2 bodies, so there was double that, though. I remembered the main suspect was still on the list, and the victim's arm he hid hadn't been found yet. I wonder where he hid it. I'd like to ask him, I smiled wryly. Unlike arms, legs, and heads, the torsos were difficult to take care of. I thought about cutting them into smaller pieces, but I decided against it because it'd be troublesome to clean up the guts. And his junk pile will be like 2 more souls for my ward. I put each piece in a black trash bag and sprayed on a lot of deodorant. I wasn't sure if that would help against the smell, though. It won't. I highly doubt that perfume is gonna mask the smell of bodies, but you know. Many bugs flew around me while I was dismembering the corpses, and after I finished putting all the pieces into each bags, the bugs were still flying around, but that was just because they could smell the blood. Sun-roasted Tepe and Mina. After I cleaned up everything, they're all gone. Now all I need to do is get rid of these 12 black bags. Burning them would be the easiest, but I don't think I can burn them to ashes without using a cremator. The best way is to bury them somewhere. More than the torsos, every piece is small enough to fit in my backpack. Other than the torsos, every piece is small enough to fit in my backpack. I could easily carry them without being noticed. I could throw them into the river running through the dam construction site. If I did that, somebody would find them for sure. I've seen on the news several times before that bag with the body part in it was... that a bag with a body part in it floating was found beside a river. Every time I heard something like that, I always thought the murderer was stupid. I thought about dumping them into the Onigafuchi swamp, but rotten meat floats. I thought about weighing the bags, but there's no guarantee they'd stay down. So that left me one choice: to bury them. There are many unexplored mountains at the end of the abandoned districts near Yagochi and Takasudo. It's probably best to bury them somewhere in those mountains. While it would be safe to bury them here in the garbage dump, it's not perfectly safe. And so I'm going to bury all these bags somewhere deep inside of a mountain in order to completely erase the 2 of them. My joints hurt since I've been using muscles I don't normally use. I cleaned up the mess very carefully and got into my hideout. While still wearing the sweatsuit, I laid down on the mattress. I washed my hands carefully, but there was still dirt and blood under my nails. I should take a shower later and wash it off completely. When I say things like disposing of corpses, it sounds like I'm the greatest evil of the century. That's only true if I get caught. What I did isn't a crime as long as I didn't get caught. Plus, I didn't do this because I wanted to commit a crime. I didn't do anything wrong. I did this to protect my father's life and mine. People might speak ill of me, but I don't care about them. In the end, I don't think anybody can really pass judgment on my sin. Yes, but no. Sins aren't something to pass judgment on. They're something to confess and to atone for. In other words, nobody can measure the weight of sin other than the person who committed the crime. Do I regret what I did? Do I feel sorry? No. I don't think I did anything wrong. I truly believe there's no better way than killing them. I'm sure it was the right thing, because my life had already started to change since the night I killed them. A few days earlier, I just came home after killing Teppei. My father was cleaning the room Teppei had trashed earlier. His eyes were swollen, he'd been crying. Hello, Mr. Manager.
Rena, どこへ行ってたんだ?
Rena, where have you been?
あの男と話をしてきた。
I was talking with him.
もうリナさんは二度とこの家に来ない。
I said, Rena-san will never come to our house again,
だからあなたも来ないでって言った。
so please leave us alone.
だからあいつはもう来ない。
Therefore, you will never come back.
そんなのでおとなしくしてくれるやつじゃないぞ、きっと。
I don't think you'll stay away from us that easily.
レイナもしばらくは用心した方
You
が
should watch out for him for a while, too. It's hard to explain to him why Teppei would never come back. I can't tell him why he shouldn't worry because I killed him. I grabbed ice cubes from the freezer, put them in a plastic bag, and handed it to my father.
お父さん。はい。
Here you go, father. Oh. Here you go, dad.
ほっぺたすごい腫れてるよ。
Your cheeks are swollen. He might have only noticed it just then.
ああ、ありがとう。
Oh, thank you.
私が片付けるからいいよ。
Don't worry about cleaning up the mess. I'll do it.
掃除機持ってくるね。
I'll get the vacuum cleaner.
レイナ、
Rena, you called out to me.
お父さんが悪かった。
I'm
ご
sorry.
めんな。
I'm so sorry.
仕方ないよ。
It's not your fault.
あいつらは騙すのがなりわいだも
They
ん。
make their living by deceiving
だ
people.
からお父さんは騙された
You
だ
were
け
just
だ
one
よ
of their targets.
レイナは、あ
Rena,
いつらがそういう
did
練習
you know
を
who
して
they
た
were?
のか?
うん。
Yes,
最近だけど
I
ね
found out recently.
言っても信じてくれないと思って。
He's used to cleaning up messes for him at this point. Yeah, unfortunately. Yes, I found out recently. I didn't tell you because I thought you wouldn't believe
ご
me.
めんね。
I'm sorry. Looks down. When he told me about how he wanted to get remarried, I told him that they were bad people and that they scammed others with badger games. But he didn't listen to me. So I was right in saying he wouldn't have believed me at all.
お父さんは母さんとの離婚で落ち込んでいるところをつけ入られたんだよ。
She took advantage of your pain.
お父さんは、本当にダメなお父さんだよな。
I'm a really bad father. We started talking about how he met Rena, as if trying to absolve his guilt. It was when he was suffering the most, and he needed to drink away his sorrows. It was when he was suffering the most, and he needed to drink away his sorrow. No, really. At a bar he happened to go to, Rena was the one who came to his table. It was her job to be a good listener when customers talked. Rena must have been a really great listener and offered words of comfort when he talked about the divorce. If he was emotionally stable, he would have taken it as a kindness that she was only offering at the time. But he was so desperate that he took it the wrong way. He saw the slowly beta with Jack. I mean, where is the lie? After that, the tragedy was inevitable. He wanted to believe that it was destiny, and he glamorized everything about her. It would be easy to laugh at him, and say that he was just dreaming. But I don't blame him, because being weak is also a part of being human. He had plenty of opportunities to grow suspicious of her questionable spending habits. But my father just read even that behavior as an attempt. Jokes aside, idolizing your partner never ends well. No. Yeah, even if they're not, like, trying to scam you or anything, like, at the end of the day, they're a person, and inevitably they're going to do something. They're gonna do something that upsets you at some point. And if you think that they're perfect and then they do something that hurts you, then it's gonna be harder to. Yeah. At some point, if you idolize them, you fall more with the idea of them than them. Yeah. Yeah, it's just bad for everyone involved. But my father just read even that behavior as an attempt to cheer him up. He bought everything she asked him to, and Rena landed her cat. He shouldn't have brought his lover to the house he shouldn't have brought his lover to the house where his daughter lived. That is true. That's probably not appropriate. He shouldn't have done that. In the circumstance, it was only bad for Rena because she got the terminal bonk as penance for her sins. Yeah. But he was crazy about her and he didn't even think about it.
お父さんはお父さんであることを
I had forgotten that I was a father first.
本当にどうかしてた
What was I thinking? He started crying. He held his shoulders gently.
いいよ。
It's okay.
お父さんがそれに気づいてくれたなら、お父さんはお父さんなんだよ。
You realized it in the end. You're my father no matter what.
私には一人しかいない。
You're the only family I
最後
have.
の親親なんだから。
Why is there a kill count in such a wholesome game? This is not a wholesome game. Rena has killed 2 people. Couldn't stop moaning. We held each other and cried together. Yeah, it would have been one thing if that was like, hey honey, I thought you should know that your dad is dating again. I'd like to introduce you to at some point if you're okay with it. Yeah. Yeah, but he was so love struck. Hello, Cody. What are you up to? Now that the tender moment is over, I have something off topic to bring up. What is it? The next day, my father got up early in the morning. He was already cooking breakfast when I caught up. And he told me,
お父さんは今日からしっかりするからな
your father's going to get his act together from today forward. Not, yes, I'm a boomer and I pay rent here, so I'm gonna bring my new girlfriend to the house where my daughter lives because I own them. Yeah. You see Blanca Noir's baseball outfits? I have not. I didn't know they got new outfits. I need to look that up later.
でもお父さん、目玉焼きを焼く前にサラダオイルは敷いた方がいいと思うかな。
You should have used salad oil before you cooked them sunny side up. It's been a long time since I cooked. God damn it, you're such a mess. No wonder mom left you. Ooh, that would be a low blow. That would be a low blow. Oof. God, no wonder mom left you. Please. Ugh. Hanging out with my roommate, but he's drunk, so I'm about to make food, chill, and watch the stream. Sounds good. He pried off the burning eggs from the pan with a spatula and added salad oil to it. It was too late. What he was doing that just made it an even bigger mess. They say people look for traits that remind them of their parents in a partner, and Keiichi thankfully isn't as bad as her dad, but they are kind of similar. Kinda, yeah. only able to eat peanut butter sandwiches at work, so I'm feeling good after eating dinner now. Yeah. There are times when like I feel like so like icky and woozy, and then I realize like, oh my god, it's because like I didn't eat like real food. Like, I've just been eating snacks all day. Like, no wonder I feel gross. Like, and then like I actually make like a proper meal for myself and I feel better. There's no nutrition. But I didn't say anything because I wanted to eat his eggs. I waited at the table quietly. He put the burned eggs on a plate and brought them over to me. Apparently, you actually burn more energy chewing the snacks than you get out of them. Oh. No problem. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Yum. Burnt eggs. Mmm. Charcoal. He looked like he was trying to salvage them by adding cheese, but it didn't really work. It smelled good and crispy. Still, it smelled good and crispy. It actually stimulated my appetite. Thick cut toast popped out of the toaster. And once knew a guy who was into that and he basically drowned them in pepper. Ugh. I made coffee with extra milk and sugar because my father liked it sweet. Put everything on the table. It looked terrible, like the cooking class of an elementary school, but to me it was precious because my father tried very hard to make it, wearing the apron. Yes, basically she found out that her father's lover was a bad person and was scamming him with her actual boyfriend. So Rena killed his lover and she killed the lover's boyfriend. And it seems that she's chopped their bodies up and buried them in the woods somewhere, but you know, it's fine. Nobody needs to know about that. Eh? Listen, and we have charcoal in the shed. If you're hard out for charcoal, go take that. Yum. Chewy burnt eggs, my favorite. I mean, it needed to be done. Bitch was a gold digger, she had to go. Great. Smells good. I hope it tastes as good as it smells. It might be better that you do the cooking. I feel bad making you eat this. Wait a goddamn minute. This man was unemployed the entire time? He was unemployed? No wonder. No wonder your wife left you. Her dad's basically just been rotting in the house, living off the money their mom left them. Dear Lord. Jeez, I don't know. Maybe if you got a job, that would have taken your mind off things a little bit. God damn it. It had been a taboo to talk about work in our house. He hadn't worked since the divorce. That was years ago. That was so long ago. When did they get divorced? They got divorced when she was like really small, right? She was like elementary school? Like, these days it's whatever if the woman is the breadwinner, 10 or something. Yeah, she's like 15, 16. You're 5 to 6 years without a job? Homeboy. Is yeah, cause like yeah, wasn't it like the mom like made a lot more money and he just never got a job after that because she made more money anyway. It's breadwinner, but back in the 1980s, now if your woman had to be the breadwinner, something's wrong with you. Dear God, no wonder mom left you. Kidding. It wasn't only because of the divorce, though. You just didn't have to work because of the settlement my mom gave me was so huge. Plus, I let him be lazy because I felt guilty about the divorce. But my father cleared his wrongdoing by showing repentance to me. And I also atoned for my sin of not doing anything about my mother by doing what I did the previous night. Now we are free of sin. I'm going to try and find a job. I'm thinking about going to the employment service agency today. Yeah, that's a great idea. It's not money that he wanted. He just needed a normal lifestyle. But what's the plan? The money will run out eventually. Do you just start making cardboard box houses and find a nice spot to pitch them? Yeah, and like what if like Rena wanted to go to university or something? You know, like that's gonna cost money. Like, dude. I'm old and not very strong. I'm a bit worried if I can find a job at all. What kind of job are you looking for? I prefer a desk job. I'm not at breakfast like this. I don't even remember the last time we had breakfast together. For the first time in a long time, the morning light felt refreshing. I wanted to keep enjoying life like this. But unfortunately, I had to go to school. I told him that I skipped school today and that I wanted him to take me somewhere fun. But he tried to be a good father and said that I should go to school. Well, I have to go now. Okay, have a good day at school. He followed me to the front door. I was a bit embarrassed for some reason. He talked to me while I was tying my shoes. He followed me here not because he wanted to see me off, but because he wanted to tell me something. I've been sad ever since your mother divorced me. Oh, that's crazy. I never would have guessed. But I realized I shouldn't be sad because I love you, Rena. God forbid you wanted to go off to be a nurse or something. It was the 80s, so money was worth a lot back then. But it's not exactly like they were just letting people in for dimes. Oh, is this stream like being weird? I'm not dropping. According to OBS, the frames aren't dropping. Better not. I didn't. I'm not running like a long ass Ethernet cable from my PC to the router and just have streams lag. You think you're good? Okay. It might be a YouTube issue. Anna, you don't have to feel sad. I don't have to feel sad at all. Dad, that's what being a family is about. Yes, you're right. Again, I'm not a good father because I had to learn something that's simple and important from my own daughter. It's hard to say with YouTube sometimes, yeah. I have to go now. Kichikun is waiting for me. Have a good day.
ああ、そうだ、レイナ。
Oh, Rena.
今日はお父さんが夕食を作るぞ。
I'm going to cook dinner tonight.
食案に行くついでに買い物をしてくる。
I'll do the grocery shopping on the way back from the employment service agency. Common parent fallacy you can learn from your kids.
朝食みたいな失敗はしないから
Crazy.
楽しみにしてるんだぞ。
Look forward to it. I promise I won't fail like I did just now. Okay,
楽しみにしてるよ。
I'm looking forward to it.
行ってきます。
See you tonight. I left the house. My father saw me off, still in the apron. It was the first step in our new life. Yeah, it's almost like your kids are real people, not just an overgrown egg. What? I mean, they can, like, teach me things? They also experience life and have different perspectives of things, and maybe listening to them might change my perspective and be beneficial to my life. Crazy. Sorcery. Witchcraft. I finally regained it. I finally regained everything we lost after we left Hinamizawa. My mother wasn't around, but I didn't feel sad because I had my father. The cries of the cicadas sounded as if they were celebrating my new life. The sunshine was bright and the wind was sending up a nice breeze. The only thing that wasn't nice was the ticking clock. I was late because I spent too much time talking with my father. Keiichi-kun might already be gone. I don't think he'd be waiting for me that long. But he was there anyway. Our alerts are up, but they don't show up. It's weird. Turn that off. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Sorry I'm late. It's okay. I usually make you wait, so it's okay that I wait once in a while. Doesn't he always tell her if she was a minute longer he was gonna leave? Yeah, we didn't actually mean that. We're really going to be late. We should walk fast, I think. Yeah. Let's walk fast. We might have to run at the end. Mii-chan might already be gone. She's waiting for sure. We're friends. We'd never leave each other behind, right? Anyway, did something happen this morning? Did something good happen this morning? What? Why do you ask? Well, you look very happy for some reason. I just thought maybe something good happened to you. The good mood I was in must have been too obvious for Keiichi-kun to ignore. I had not only my family, but my friends too. I felt something warm spreading in my heart. Well, I'll tell you what happened this morning. My father made breakfast, but... What? Isn't that the right way to cook eggs? You have to put oil in the pan or they'll stick to the... You use salad oil for making salads, don't you? What? I have to tell everyone you just said that. What did you say? Those rude remarks are unforgivable. Keiichi casually being a walking catastrophe in the kitchen. Fine, bring it if you're saying that. Then you're willing and ready to throw down, aren't you? Hey, what's going on? Satoko Chei-chan, why don't you two place an outside bet on our club activities today? It'll be fun.
みーちゃん、外馬って何かな
I'm not a great cook either, but at least have the brains to grease the pan. Like, come on. Mi-chan, what's an outside bet? What is it?
ああ、外馬ってのはよ。
An outside bet means that it means what it
つまり
says.
俺とサトコだけで賭けをするってことさ。
That Satoko and I should place a bet on each other outside the
部
game.
活の順位がそのまま勝敗になって、負けた
The
方
one
は
who played worse than the other has to suffer an extra punishment besides the normal one.
つまり、どっちが勝っても負けても、僕はとって
That
も
means I get to see what one of you suffer no matter who loses today.
どうするさとこ
So, what do you say, Satoko?
あらあら、素敵な勝負でござい
That
ます。
sounds like a wonderful idea to me. Mika doesn't have to look so
部
happy
活
about
にビリ
that.
で罰ゲームの上に
Hey,
高い
she's
笑い
dying in
が
like
ダブルで罰ゲーム
she's dying in
こんな
like
素敵なことがございまして
in like a week, so you know. Let her have this. Keiichi? Keiichi-san will take a punishment for being the lowest ranked in the game and another punishment for losing to me. Oh, wonderful.
よしさとこよく
Great! I like your spirit, Satoko.
よっしゃ
Alright, let's play today's games with their outside bet.
部活の種目より罰ゲームを何にするか考える方が楽しいのですよ
It's more fun to think about punishments than to think about the game itself.
確かに楽しいよな。
Sure is.
サトコがどんな悲惨
Can't
な
wait
目
to
に
see
遭
how
うか
miserable Satoko is going to look after she takes her punishment.
それはケイチさんのことでございましてよ
Keep dreaming, Keiichi-san.
うにやりましたわね
ほらほら
Stop fighting, you two. The game hasn't even started yet. Kei-sensei opened the door and came
皆さ
in.
んお待たせしました
Take your seats,
そ
everyone.
れでは帰りの
Let's start homeroom, and then you can all go home. Everyone headed to their seats.
みーちゃん
Mi-chan,
何
what? Here
ケイ
to
チくんと
Rena.
さとこちゃんがとても盛り上がっている
Sorry
と
to ruin the
私はないん
mood,
だけど
but
ごめんねちょっと今日も用
I
事があ
have
って
to go home after
すぐ帰
school.
らないといけ
I
ない
have things to do again today.
そうなの
Oh, okay.
もう
Well, I'm sorry that you have to go.
お家の仕事
Are you busy with housework or something?
うん
Yep.
家事ってんじゃ
Oh, this old man has no right to stop you when it comes to housework.
私はお手伝いさんに全部
I
任
don't
せて
do
るから
housework
ね
myself. Our housekeepers do.
たまにはみーちゃんも家事手伝
You
い
should
す
help
ればい
them
いのに
sometimes.
きっと花
It'll
嫁
be good
修行になる
training for
よ
your married life.
ご安心を
Don't worry about
バンは
that.
その手のスキルに関してはつつがなく習得済みですので
I already have the kind of skill you know to be a good wife. Mi-chan looks like the kind of girl who tries to stay away from chores as much as possible, but she can actually do everything. That's just who she is. She went through hard times to learn those things. But she acts like she learned them without any struggle. That's also who she is. I like that about her.
なんかなっちゃうのかよ。
You going home, Rena? Yeah, like swapping places with her sister.
学校で職員室にお伺いしなくちゃならないところをご覧になりました
Yeah. Then you won't see Keiichi-san go to the teacher's office wearing an embarrassing uniform. What a shame.
見物なのに残念なのです
It's going to be fun. Pity you have to miss it.
うんごめんね
Yeah, I'm sorry.
昨日も家の用事だったじゃねえかよ。
You went home right after school for housework yesterday too.
何かあったのか？
Something happened?
ちょっとね
Yeah, kind of.
もう何日かかかるかもしれ
It
ない
might take a few more days.
うーん。
Well,
じゃあ当分
then I guess you can't join us for a while.
参加できないかな。
かもしれない
Maybe.
なるべく早く
I'll
復帰
try to
できるように
finish as soon as I can.
その用事は俺たちには
Can we help you out with the thing you have to do?
例えば
If it's something like carrying out old furniture, let me know.
そういう力仕事なら言ってくれ。応援に行くぜ。
I can help with that. Are you redecorating your house? This old man can bring lots of help for that. I have an idea. We can make a game out of helping her with her housework. At this rate, the person who doesn't end up helping her will be the winner. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. Well, it seems like there's nothing we can do. Therefore, I announce Rena and Ryugu's withdrawal from the front lines as of today. I order you to take a rest until you finish doing your housework and return to the front as soon as you've regained your strength. Oh, there are many games for 4. Oh, you can play Mahjong. Can you play Mahjong, Kei-chan? Yeah. My dad sometimes forces me to play Mahjong with him and his friends from work. Of course we are good at Mahjong as well. After that, they fooled around and made lots of noise, just like they always did. I looked at them and reminded myself that I'd always have a place to return to. And I left the classroom with a smile. I was going to Yagochi on my bicycle. I had to find a place to bury the bags with the body parts. Hopefully I could finish burying all of them today before it gets dark. Oh, off to dispose of those bodies. With that, everything would be over and done with. I don't like that the back of the tiles are made of bamboo. You guys haven't marked them, have you? I wouldn't be too sure. Keiichi-san, you sound traumatized by the experience you had with our card game. Well, I think there are some scratches on them. They're cheap ones, you know. But it's more fun if when there's an element of doubt, don't you think? Me? How many reeds do you want to use? How many reds do you want to use? 6? Rika-chan sounded professional, and it scared me. Oh well. I should start by checking the tiles. Playing Mahjong with my family is different from playing as a club activity. I have to be cautious. It's possible that one tile is missing or that's an extra of a particular tile in here. You don't do things like that. Still, that's interesting. I didn't think about that. Let's see. Thank you for the head pat, Jay. Bye. Let's put them all face up on the table and check them before we start the game. We don't do things like that here. However, that's a good idea. Everybody flip the tiles face up. Hmm? One dragon is missing. The low pin and the low so are missing too. Oh, the low one is missing also. What's going on? There are so many missing tiles. Oh, I remember. Hold on a second. Mion hit the palm of her hand with her fist, moved her chair aside, and stuck her finger into a gap in the floorboards. She pulled out a tile from out of there. There you go, this is the dragon. I don't remember where I put the other 3. Wait, Mion. Why are there so many tiles hidden in the classroom? Oh, you know. We must have hidden the other 3 tiles somewhere in the classroom and forgot where. We couldn't play Mahjong with 3 tiles missing. I suggested playing another game, but Mion insisted that we had to find them and suggested making that treasure hunt our game. As long as I can make Keiichi-san suffer a punishment, I care little as to what kind of game we play, but... To be honest with you, I'd prefer to play something more interesting than that. I agree. Plus, you're not sure that they're here in the classroom, right, Mion? No, they're here. Or maybe this old man put them in his pockets and left them by the washing machine? Look, guys, if I don't find these tiles, I'm gonna lose my fingernails again. One fingernail for each tile.
今度からミーと麻雀をやるときは終わった後にもタイの数を調
I
べた方が
recommend
いい
checking the
と思
total
います
numbers of tiles after we play Mahjong with Mion next time. Ah, thank you. Great. Everyone except Mion nodded in agreement. What?
教室宝探し対決じゃごまん。
You don't want to play our classroom tile hunting game?
つうかミオンのイカ様の後始末だろ。
In other words, clearing up the mess Mion made so she could cheat.
お前の責任でやれ。
Do it yourself.
イカツを私的に使うな。
Don't use our club activities for personal reasons.
ブーブー。
Fine,
じゃあ
fine.
どうする？
So, what do you want to do?
麻雀は無理だしね。
Gotta play Mahjong now.
他のにする？
What are we playing then?
ある人。
Does anybody have any ideas? As our club president, Mion usually decides what we'll play. I couldn't just come up with something on the spot. While we were thinking, Mion hit her palm with her fist, just like she did earlier.
じゃあさみんな、
I got an idea.
タイの宝探しが嫌ならさ、
If you don't want to hunt for
もうちょっ
tiles,
とでっかく宝
let's
探し
do a
を
real
しよう
treasure
か。
hunt. Oh no. I really hope they don't go to the trash, to the dump where the bodies are.
宝探しといえばレナのお家芸。
What comes to our mind when I say treasure hunt? Rena, right?
ってことはダム現場のゴミ山か。
Oh no. Are we cooked? You mean, are we going to the garbage dump at the GAM's construction site?
あそこってあんまり行ったことないんですけど結構広いですわよね。
I don't really go there often, but the place is large.
あそこはバラバラ殺人の幽霊が出るから
Cooked like them eggs for
ら
his
しい
death.
のですよ。
I heard that this place was haunted by the ghost of the man who was murdered there. His body cut into pieces. We shouldn't go near.
幽霊上等じゃ
A
ない。
ghost? I like it.
そのくらいの演
That's
出じゃ
even
ないと
better.
宝の山としてはインパクト。
へえ、そんな
I didn't know there was a rumor like that. I do know that someone was murdered there, and the main suspect is still on the list. He hit the arm of the victim, and it hasn't been found yet, right? Yeah, I'm gonna throw hands at the ghost.
その腕を探してバラバラにされた監督さんが幽霊になってさまよっているという
There's a rumor
噂
that the
があるのです。
construction site manager, the victim of the dismemberment murder case, became a ghost and that he's wandering around the place to find his missing arm.
あらあらリカ、
Rika?
幽霊が嫌いなんですの？
You don't like
いいお年
ghosts?
にもなって恥ずかしい
Don't
です。
tell me you're still scared of ghosts.
僕は巫女ですから見たくなくても見えてしまう
I'm
の
a shrine maid and I can see them even if I don't want to.
うわ、なんだよそれ。
Ah, you can see ghosts?
確かに。
If I remember right, I've heard those who can see spirits see them.
聞いたことあるな。
I heard those who can see spirits see them as naturally as they do us.
バカバカしいですよね。
That's utterly
リカと
ridiculous.
一緒にずっと住んでますけど、そんなの
I've been living with Rika for a long time and I've never seen anything like that.
さとこに見えてないだけなのですよ。
First episode, they're afraid to talk about it and scare Katie, but now Katie's just like, oh man, some dude got killed like a Lego character and they never found the rest of his limbs. Yeah. So I'm guessing in this timeline he probably found out about it at some point. And like nothing really came of it, I guess. It's just because he can't see them, but I can.
さとこがお布団
For
で寝てると
example,
きはいつも
when you're asleep in your bed, I always see
ニパー
Nipa.
リ
リカ
そこで笑ってはぐらかさない
Why did you smile like that?
私が寝てるときは何なんですの？
What you're about to say? What did you see when I'm sleeping? Tatsuko, I feel sorry for you. Nice, nice callback. If I remember correctly, in episode 1, he was less mad about it happening and more about them keeping a secret from him. Yeah. It was almost like as if in this timeline, he found out. He's like, did something like this happen? And there's like, yeah, this happened. People don't really like to talk about it very much, you know. But yeah, it happened a long time ago. And he's like, oh, cool. Things don't transfer between the timelines, but it's like emotions do or something. Ah. You can pretend you're not scared of ghosts during the day, but I'm pretty sure you get scared when it gets dark. I'm gonna have to make a silent phone call tonight just to scare the hell out of her. Including myself. I don't think anybody really likes going there. Rena's the only one who does. If Rena finds a ghost when she's in her cute mode, she might take it home with her. That's so true. Yeah. Rena kidnapping Casper. You'd say, "Ha, I'm taking you home with me." It was so easy to imagine that all of us laughed. Well, let's do it. Let's go treasure hunting. If you find the ghost, you win. You get a point if you find the victim's missing right arm. And you also get a point if you find anything that Rena would like. Well, we can show what we find to Rena later, and we'll let her decide who's the winner. Oh boy, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah. I can't wait to win the game and make Keiichi-can take double the punishment. Hey Satoko, are you sure you want to win? That means you're going to see a ghost. Stop it. You're getting on my nerves. Honestly, I feel like if Satoko did find Teppei's head or something, she'd be like, he was a douche canoe anyway. You're like, oh. You're like, oh no. He's dead. Anyway. I don't want to go there. I'm scared of ghosts too. What do you mean you're scared of ghosts too? Who else are you referring to? I'm not scared at all. Hey, Keiichi-san, stop doing that. Let's go, everybody. Let's find the ghost. And it'll be over with. Everything will be over and done with. Yes, it'll be over when the Higurashi cry. We made an earthquake, yeah. I got so excited. And like we kept being like, hey guys, don't go to the spooky murder trash dump. And then they're like, guys, really guys, don't go to the spooky murder trash dump. I'm trying to keep them away from Rena's kill. No, like seriously, don't go there. I'm not joking, but maybe we should do something else. So that's it. Rena finished making her confession. Oh, okay. So just like a quick explanation. If you weren't here for like the first couple streams, at the very beginning of the chapter, everyone was like, Rena was explaining something to them at the trash dump. So I'm guessing the story started with them going to the dump to go treasure hunting, and they found the body, and now Rena is explaining to them why she did what she did. The anime, they have her in her tracksuit for this, and she specifically mentions getting it for the sole purpose of disposing. Yeah. Yeah, but I like her little curtsy. It's cute. Rena finished making her confession. There was no applause or curtain call. It was a quiet and lonely stage that Rena performed on all alone. I think I've forgotten to blink since her confession started. Everybody else seemed to be feeling the same way. Rena looked at us, like she was a teacher waiting for the questions from her students. We noticed she was imitating what Chie-sensei does at the end of class, and we all smiled bitterly. I went to Yakochi earlier to find a place to bury these bags. It was hard to pick a place because I wanted to make sure that nobody would ever find them. I even thought about burying them in my backyard because it might be the safest. So did you double tap Tepe? First question. No need, he died instantly. Next question. After I thought about it, I knew that wouldn't work. My father might start planting vegetables one day and he might find them. So it's better that I bury them somewhere in the mountains. Plus, I don't want to let her near my father, even though she's dead. Allegedly, corpses are great fertilizer. I felt like I did something very bad. Rena's plan was going smoothly. If I'd only hunted for the Mangjan piles instead of insisting on doing something else, this wouldn't have happened. When I looked at the others, they all seemed to be regretting their actions too. If Mion hadn't come up with the idea to play at the garbage dump, if Satsuko hadn't found the broken refrigerator, if Rika-chan had convinced us not to go. Rika did say twice not to go. Rena could have had a few more days and she could have gotten rid of those trash bags. They never would have been found. Then what would have happened next? Nothing. Everything would have remained the same. We would have kept having happy and peaceful days. Rena had been through a hard time, but she had been forcing her face to a smile for us. The fake smile was supposed to become a real smile one day. None of us were supposed to notice that Rena was going through a hard time. After a while, Rena was supposed to be able to forget the bitter memory of killing these two, and she was supposed to live as if nothing had happened. But now all of her effort, all her courage... Not the Katsu even bother looking for somebody like Tepe or Rena, no. I doubt they really would have anybody in their lives who would, like, make a report, you know? Like, it's not like they had anyone in their lives who'd be like, oh, I haven't seen her in a while, I'm worried, let me call the police. Like, no one give a shit. Because they're terrible people. Probably screwed over the wrong person and got shot, yeah. Which, yeah, kinda happened. They did. I know killing people is a bad thing to do. I didn't want to do this. And I don't want to do it again in the future. But I believe this is the best solution. I also believe I didn't do anything wrong. It's 3 a.m. Yeah, you should go to bed. I just applied my utmost efforts when God presented me with the equal opportunity to regain my happy, peaceful life. Saying we should accept suffering and live an immaterial life without desires is nothing more than pretty words from those who have plenty. Nobody can belittle my efforts.
むしろ私を褒めてほしいくらい
Rather, they should praise me for what I
称
did.
えてほしいくらい
They should celebrate me.
竜宮レナは自らの運命と戦った
I agree with her at the same time. There's something scary about seeing her explain so happily that she did nothing wrong. Yeah, she's like, nah. She's like, no. She's like, yes, killing people is bad, and you shouldn't do it. However, do I feel bad for killing these two people? No, I don't. I would do it again. Yeah, this story is something else. Like, on one hand, she's got a point. On the other hand, noted, do not anger the cute ginger. Yeah. Rena Ryugu fought for her own
そして
fate,
打ち勝った
and she won. I don't know why I did it, but I interrupted her. I shouldn't have. But I thought I needed to tell her this, so I did.
でもレナ
But Rena,
どうして
why?
どうして俺たち
Oh, why
に相談
didn't
して
you
くれな
tell
かったんだよ
us?
相談
What do you mean?
そうだよ
We're friends,
俺たちは仲間
aren't
だ
we?
仲間ってのは
Friends are always on your side
無条件の
without
味方になってくれる
exception, no matter what.
当然の存在
I
じゃな
thought
い
friends
の
were
かよ
like family. Whenever you won the victory royale, got the crown.
俺たちに相談してくれれば何かの
If
力
you
にな
told
れ
us
たかも
about
しれ
this,
ない
we would have helped you. We could have helped you.
そうすればレナは
Then you wouldn't have had to get your hands dirty. What Rena told us makes me sad. I couldn't help myself from saying that to her. Rena told us straight that she did the best she could. She told us that right to our faces. That's the same thing as saying that she didn't need us in order to do the best she could.
ケイちゃん今はそんなこと言っても
And we're not just convenient friends, we'll help you hide the body kinds of friends, okay? Keep that in mind next time. Kei-chan, you can say that now, but...
頼む
Wait, let me
喜び
finish.
だって苦しみだって分け合うのが俺は仲間だって
I believe that we're friends who share both happiness and hardship. If you came to talk to us, I believe we could have done something different. We could have led you to a better future.
今よりより良い未来
A better future?
そんなのないよ
There's no better future than what I have right now.
これが最善の未来だよ
This is the best possible future.
嘘だな
It's a lie. My shouts seemed to scare her a little. I knew that Rena didn't believe that this was the best possible future. Could have hit the bodies and played club games today. Yeah, it could have been like win-win. She just didn't have any other choice. If she had other choices, she definitely wouldn't have chosen this
だ
one.
ってその証拠にレナはさっきから泣いてるじゃないか
I know you don't believe that because you're crying. So that's my thing. What?
誰が
Who's crying?
私が
Me?
いつ涙を
I'm not crying.
今だよ
Yes, you are.
ずっと流してるじゃない
You've been
か
crying this whole
自
time.
分で分かってないの
Haven't you noticed it? In fact, I didn't see any tears in her eyes or on her face at all. But that didn't mean she wasn't crying. He's not Rocker Sprite isn't crying right now. Rena was crying. She was crying because she was... Oh.
Well, is Rena okay? Nippa ah.
No, Rena is not okay. But thanks for... Thank you for resubscribing, Vempus. And no, Rena is not okay. Rena's going through it. She was crying because she was driven into a corner after all the hard work she did to become happy. Her tears looked so sad. Anyone who couldn't see those tears wasn't really thinking about her. Rena had a copium crash, and now she's about out of. It is what it is. I'm not crying. I won't cry. I did the right thing. I made the right choice. There's no reason for me to cry. That's ridiculous. I have no idea what you're talking about, Geichi. I know it. You're crying right now. Rena stopped laughing all of a sudden. She spoke with a cold expression on her face. Okay. Let's say I did what you just told me. I told you about my father and that woman. Then what? Well, then what? Hmm? Rena had never talked to me like this before. It was as if she was mocking my ignorance. That made me keep my mouth shut. You don't know what happened last year. Last year? Yeah, last year. It happened in June of 1982. There was someone who had no choice but to kill a person to free himself from his misfortune. 100% would have helped to kill Rena and hide the bodies. Teppei and Rena are scum. They are. Yep. Satoko gasped. Geichi-kun, I don't think you know much about him. About Satoshi Hojo-kun. I know that he's Satoko's older brother. He's been missing, but people say he's transferred. There's a rumor that he killed his aunt for Satoko's sake. Therefore, it's been a taboo to talk about Satoshi in my class. Actually, in all of Hinamizawa. Satoshi-kun was under the same conditions as I was. Saying that about Satoshi while Satoko's right there is bold. It is. He just wanted to have happy and peaceful days. He just wanted to live peacefully and quietly with his sister. You've heard what kind of person Satoko's aunt was, haven't you? If what I've heard is true, this is what happened. After Satoko lost her parents, her uncle and aunt got custody of her and her brother. But they were miserable people. Rena's just like, God forbid men have hobbies. Her aunt was especially cruel to Satoko. Satoshi was the kind of guy who wouldn't even hurt a fly. His aunt was probably the only one he didn't have a problem killing. That's how terrible a person she was. Everybody in Hinamizawa knew about the trouble the Hojo family had. Everybody knew that their aunt was a hysterical and crazy person and that she bullied Satoshi-kun and Satoko-chan. Yeah. Don't say that you've come for people's pickles, Teddy. You're gonna scare people away. Everybody in our class knew it too. Mi-chan, the future head of the three families, knew it, Rika-chan knew it, and Satoko knew it too, of course, because she was the one experiencing it. If he does it in the maid outfit, you might get some donation. That's crazy. That's insane. The friends you're talking about knew what Satoshi-kun was going through more than anybody in Hinamizawa. And what happened? Did anybody help Satoshi-kun? No, nobody did. Mi-chan had the most influence out of all of us, but she made up a lame excuse saying it might create a conflict between the Sonozaki family and the villagers. In the end, all she did was hurting him by offering her his sympathy. Shion fantasized about helping. Does that count? It's just explanation point. That's crazy. That's not true. Yes, it is. Satoshi-kun knew it too. Not in just this stream, mind you. This is like over the past couple streams, okay? So yeah. No, it's not it. I don't reset it. So is this just like how many times I said that's crazy since I've added the added the command. Satoshi knew it too. He knew that you were only pretending to sympathize with him. He knew that you had no intention to help him. That's why Satoshi-kun started to hate you, Mi-chan. He said that he always told him you were his friend, but after all that you turned out to be another Sonozaki, just another person who bullied the Hojo family. I didn't mean to. You didn't do anything to help him. You rejected his request for help by sympathizing with him. Do you have any idea how much that hurt? Mion tried to find something to say but failed to do so. She bit her lip instead. Rika-chan, you're the same too. Oh. Now Rena was pointing fingers at Rika-chan. Unlike Mion, Rika-chan looked emotionless and empty just like Rena did. Rika-chan, you don't have the kind of power in Hinamizawa that Mi-chan does. But your word carries a lot of weight with the old people who come to your shrine, don't they? What's Rika gonna do? She's like, 9 is probably sloshed 3/4 of the time. No. Wait, no. Does Rika act the way that she does because she's drunk most of the time? And then like when we get like that deep voiced, like depressed sounding Rika, that's when she's sober. It's crazy. Holy shit. I don't know if it's safe or not, but I low-key think it's funny if that's the case. That's my headcanon. That's my headcanon. She's drunk. Don't mind Teddy, he just wants attention. Rika-chan, you did exactly the same thing as Mi-chan did. You just pretended to be his friends. All you did was sympathize with him and Satoko-chan. You didn't try to help him get out of the trouble he were in. Can you imagine how cruel and merciless your sympathy was to them? Keiichi 100% would have helped kill the aunt. Absolutely. He would have. Satoshi-kun wanted to help. Satoshi-kun wanted help. He wanted somebody to help him. He was at a dead end and couldn't get out of there by himself. He was sinking all the way down to his neck in a swamp, reaching out for help, and waiting for someone to grab his hand. Mans would have planned a tag team to take out the aunt and uncle? Absolutely.
そうね。
You're right. Rika-chan's voice sounded mature. It was very different from how she usually sounded. The wine's wearing off.
サトシたちを救う方法がわからなかったから
I didn't know how to save them.
慰めること
All I could do was offer some consolation. Rika's just getting hit with the sober debuff.
それにかまけ救う何かを探し続けなかった
I'm not going to deny it, nor am I going to make excuses for my sin of not trying hard enough to find a way to save them.
分かってるじゃない
I didn't know you knew. Rena gave her a twisted smile. That ugliness caused me to look away.
そしてさとこちゃん
And
あ
Satoko-chan,
なたに信じられるかわからないけれど
I don't know if you'll believe me when I say this, but
もう思い
you're weighed down with sin too. Are we still fucking victim blaming Satoko? Rena! Not my goats. Not my goats. I didn't understand why she was blaming Satoko. I tried to take her side, but I grasped in surprise when I looked at her. It's been a whole arc, and then that little blonde gremlin can't concentrate. She looked like she was accepting the sin that Rena had mentioned. Satoko must have wanted to convince her sin before Rena pointed it out to her. And so, Satoko opened her mouth first.
信じてくださるかどうかはわかりませんけど
I don't know if you'll believe me when I tell you this either, but I realized it on my own. Pin the aunt down so Sakoshi could bonk the aunt.
その罪
I know what my sin is.
そうなんだ
I see.
ニーニーがいな
I
かった
realized that on the night Nini disappeared.
それをどうしてニーニー
I wish I had realized it while he was still there.
わかるよその気持ち
No, I get it. It's my fault for being an abused child and behaving like an abused child. Apologies. I will reflect on my actions and do better next time. I understand how you
後
feel.
悔した時にはもう遅いというのは
The sense that it was too late for regrets, right? I feel the same way.
だから私は
It happened
同
to me
じことが
before.
もう一度起こったから
That's why I fought this time.
さとこちゃんのその罪
Satoko-chan,
きっと
I'm
将
sure
来
you can
に戻れ
atone for your guilt in the future. Higurashi is
その罪
great.
に気づけたなら
Because you realize what you did.
それでも
But
もうニーニーは帰って
that
きま
won't
せん
bring Nini back. She's not coming back. Satoko looked down sadly. Usually, Satoko would say the opposite. She had always said that Satoshi was coming back one day without a doubt. But now she accepted the fact that he would never return. She accepted it easily as if she knew it already, because he's her brother.
Ne?
Do you understand now? She asked me all of a sudden.
これが私と同じ苦境にいた昭和50
That's how they were in 1982.
サトシ君は自分を助けてくれそうな人たち
Satoshi couldn't talk to everybody he thought could help him.
助けてほし
He
いと
told them that he needed
辛
help.
いとも言った
He told them what he was going through.
打ち明けた
He consulted with them.
転校してきたばか
He
り
even came to me,
私にまでね
even though I had just moved here at the time.
それはみっともないこと
I
じゃない
didn't think it was embarrassing or shameful that he did that.
本当に不幸な人はね必死なんだよ
People get desperate when they're unhappy.
サトシ君は
Satoshi-kun tried really hard,
それでもどうにも
but he couldn't do anything about the situation. He asked for help.
ずっと求め
He
て
kept asking for help.
でもね
You said that friends are always on your side no matter what, but this is what friends really are.
仲間なんて楽しくて
They're actually just people you hang around with for fun. Anna. No. Pookie. Not my goat.
本当に辛い時に味方になって
They don't help you when you need them.
昔からそうだったよ。
Friends are always like that.
そうだったからね。だから私、自分がサトシ君と同じ状況になったとして。
That's why I decided to tell everybody when I found out I was. That's why I decided not to tell anybody when I found out I was in the same situation as Satoshi-kun.
どうせ誰も助けてくれ
I knew nobody would help me, and that nobody could.
なら、同情の
I didn't need
人が増えただけ
sympathy.
なんだよ。
That only makes me feel worse.
せめて学校に
It's better that
楽しく過ごした方が
I at least have fun at school.
かもしれないもん。実際、みんなと楽しく
In fact, I did
過ご
have
した
fun
楽
at
しかった
school.
よ。とっても幸せだった。
I was very happy.
あの女たちとのトラブルをわずか
I
な
was able to
時間
forget
でも
about the trouble I had with that
本当
woman,
に良かった。
even if only for a short amount of time at school.
サトシ君もそれに気づけていたらよかったね。
I wish Satoshi-kun could have done that too.
そうだったなら、学校での時間くらいは楽しく過ご
If
せ
he
て
did,
あそ
he
こまで
wouldn't have had to
心を
feel
追い詰めずに済んだ
constantly hopeless. He could have had at least enjoy his time at school.
どうせ自らの手でおばを殴り殺す以外に
He didn't have any other choice than beating his aunt to death anyway.
転校してきたばかりで村のこともほとんど覚えてい
I didn't know how to help him at that time because I had just moved here. All I could do was listen to him and try to make him feel better. You have a point with Mion, but Rika is like 9 the size of an overly sized dog, and Satoko is literally one of the 2 abused children. But like, she wasn't expecting Rika to physically do anything. She said that like, cause Rika. She said that like Rika could attempt to try to sway the older people in the village, because the older people in the village kind of like, they believe that like Rika is like the reincarnation of like Orishiro-sama, so like maybe she could probably sway them into at least helping them somehow, but there's a 50-50 on that. But there might have been something more I could have done. I might have been lazy in thinking about what I could do. But at the time in 1982, I thought I was his friend. No, she's crying. That's awful. Rena, baby. I mean, it was like, what's he gonna do, right? Hey, Pop. Hey, Pop. The reincarnation of your god demands you spawn the Hollow House, beat Tepe or whatever. So, like, they didn't have to do that. Like, all they is like, the point is like, no one attempted to remove them from that situation. I think that's what she's getting at, is that like the reason why it had to escalate to violence is because nobody like, you know, and no one like offered them a place to stay or anything like that. Like nobody did anything like that. They just kind of like, they knew that, these 2 children have to go to an emotionally unstable woman who yells and screams at them for hours. Maybe help, but then again, you remember how like nobody in the village like really liked the Hojos like that. 'Cause like, I feel like if it was any other person, people would probably be more willing to help them, but because they're Hojos, nobody really cared. Because, like, you know, Hinamizawa, they have like it's a very like tight-knit community, and I feel like if it was anybody else, people would probably try to do something, but because they're like, oh, it's the Hojos, those traitors, who the fuck cares what happens to them? Which is true. I still don't fuck with, hey, Satsuko, it's your fault for being... Yeah, I don't like that either. I don't like that sentiment either. Like, come on. Satsuko was never the problem. It was always the aunt's fault. Or maybe because they're saying that is like Satsuko's fault for like relying on Satoshi too much, but like, what else could she do? She had nobody else to rely on. Like, she had no one. Is like... Rena's self-surface laughter changed into grievous sobs. Her tears gradually wore away at our relationships of trust. Nobody will help me. Friends are just people whom you have fun with. You can't trust them. The more Rena cried, the clearer we heard the voice in her heart. Mio and Satsuko and Rika-chan looked into the distance with sad expressions on their faces. I was the only one who could say anything back to her now. I had to tell her this. And she knew it too. She just needed to hear it from someone. I braced myself to tell her something that might hurt everybody. I understand, Rena. I understand what happened in 1982. I understand that they were heartless. But Satoko also told you this. They realized their sins. They regretted what they did and what they did and didn't do. So it should be different this time. They can understand your pain and they can help you. You weren't here last year. Yeah, literally all she had was her older brother, and that's what older siblings are supposed to do. Yeah. It's like... Is this like... Everyone's like, Satsuko was abused, and then Satsuko cried. And that stressed Satoshi's out. Therefore, it's Satsuko's fault for crying. Like, bruh, come on. And like, Satsuko still... Yeah. Well, Rena understands that, like, the aunt was, like, actually a problem, but I think Rena, because, like, what Sion is just saying, like, it was Satsuko's fault that, like, the aunt abused them at all. What I'm trying to understand from Sion's reasoning is that it was Satsuko's fault that the aunt abused them at all, and that if Satsuko wasn't there, then, like, the aunt wouldn't behave the way that she did, which is obviously not true. Rena is like, she understands that the aunt is a terrible person. However, she's saying that Satsuko should have been able to handle herself better, I guess, and not rely on Satoshi as much for comfort, because that burden stressed him out even more. Which is stupid. I love you, Rena, but that's stupid. That's a very stupid thought process to have. Because, like, yeah, she has her friends at school and everything, but, like, when she's at home, like, who else is she going to turn to but her brother? You know? Like, Who else is she gonna turn to for her brother? And it sucks because even without people telling her that she's a problem, Satsuko already felt like she was a burden. And then everybody just like says, yes, you were a burden. Like she already felt like that by just internally by herself. He probably felt like, I feel bad for relying on him. And everyone's like, yes, you should feel bad. Like, what the fuck? Rena. Rena. Not my goat. Bestie. You weren't here last year. I'm afraid you don't know what we're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. That's right. I wasn't here last year. I wish I were. If I were here last year, I would have fought for Satoshi. You're lying. I'm not lying. I've learned how important friends are since I moved to Hinamizawa. I'll fight for my friends. If I was here last year, and I knew what Satsuko's aunt did to her and Satoshi, I wouldn't have given Satoshi the opportunity to beat her to death. I would have done it myself. And that's true, he would have done that. I would have done it in 1500 seconds. I wouldn't have even hesitated. I would have beaten her to death with a metal bat. I believe you would. That's easy for you to say, but you don't know the kind of determination you need to kill another person. You would have been 100. Alright, Satoshi, you take Tepe, I got the aunt. Absolutely. Tag teaming. I don't know. I don't know that, and I don't need to know that either. You know why? Because it's an obligation to keep your friend, to help your friends. You don't understand, Keiichi-kun. You don't understand how just disgusting it is to kill a person. You can never get rid of the dirt on your hands no matter how hard you try to justify it. You're right. Killing a person in order to save your friends is such a short-sighted way of thinking. It might sound like I'm contradicting myself, but I think things aren't meant to go well when you take care of an evil matter by doing an evil deed. I'm proud of my conviction that I wouldn't hesitate to kill a person for the sake of my friends. But the peace I get by doing an evil deed won't last forever. We all know that by instinct. That's why we all despise evil things, I think. What? You have no idea what you're talking about. Keiichi is correct, he is, yeah. Like, murders, you might have felt like it was, like, it's not, you can't do that, you can't kill people. You have to think of something else, you can't kill people. You didn't have to tell me that, I was aware I wasn't making any sense. But, for some reason, I could easily imagine a world like that. A world in which I saved my precious friends by committing an evil act. The peace I seized by doing that evil deed didn't last long. It got worse, and ended in a way as terrible as the sin I committed. This was a memory that shouldn't exist. I don't know why, but I know for a fact that it happened. In that world of possibility. Even if they may deserve it, it is a circumstance of two wrongs not making a right, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. For some weird reason, I couldn't prevent myself from smiling in embarrassment in a situation like this. But you know it too, don't you, Rena?
だから自らの手を汚すほかなかった運命を。
you know that you didn't want to get your hands dirty. You're crying because you wanted us to help you, but we didn't. You didn't want to be a murderer. You're lying when you claim that this was the best choice you could have made. Putting the morality aside, what makes more issues even this circumstance? Because what if instead her friends finding the body had been the cops? Even if they dislike Teppei and Rena, they have a legal obligation to look into the murder. Yeah. It's not worth it. You're lying when you claim this is the best choice you could have made. That's why you've been crying. It's not true. 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 You know better than anybody if it's true or not. You've been regretting this from the beginning. Even if you were able to hide the corpses without getting caught, you could have never have watched the blood off your hands. How are you gonna fool yourself into believing that you won't have to live the rest of your life bearing the burden of your sin? There's only one way to do that. You have to believe that this was the only choice. That means you have to live your life denying your friends, and denying that your friends were worth asking for help. Are we worth nothing to you, Rena? Of course not. You always believed that friends exist to help each other. Your friends were immature last year. That's why they couldn't help Satoshi from his unfortunate fate. Another thing too, right? She went to her dad and she's like, Rena and Teppei aren't a problem anymore. They're both dead by my hand. Your dad probably would have took exception to that. Yeah. There wouldn't be any like, oh, your dad's gonna turn over a new leaf if he found out. Yeah, because like in his mind, they just skipped town or whatever, you know? It was like, oh, gonna go to another town and go scam people there now. Like, that's probably what he thinks. But yeah, he's probably not gonna think that. If he found out, it's like, wait, you killed 2 people? Like, what the fuck? Of course not. You always believed that friends exist to help each other. Your friends were immature last year. That's why they couldn't help Satoshi from his unfortunate fate. But people grow up. You don't make the same mistake twice. You don't want to regret the same thing twice. So believe me. We're your friends. We're on your side. I feel like if she had just straight up told Mion what the problem was and told her that she needed to talk to Kasai, then the problem probably would have been solved without her having to kill them. Because Mion's family has ties to the she could have. It was because she. I feel like if she had done that, because like, you know, Mion would be like, yeah, if she told Mion the situation, she'd be like, yeah, anything for you. I'll talk to whoever I need to talk to figure this out. It's already going to fail as a father, but finding out your daughter... Yeah, especially for Rena. Yeah. Finding out your daughter killed your girlfriend, even if she was a gold digger, probably wouldn't inspire much confidence in your parental skills. So you're saying is that I was immature too, right? Yes, hi, hello. I am. Xavier? Thanks for becoming Fat Rabbit. Yeah, I am.
仲間たちが日々成長していることを信じられなかったレナも未熟だ。
You're immature because you couldn't believe that your friends grew up.
だがそれを責める気はない。
But I'm not going to blame you for that.
俺たちだって
We didn't notice until today that you've been going through such a hard time all alone.
人は語り合うことでしか。
People can communicate their feelings just by talking to others.
だから今日のこの場までは
So there's nothing we could do because we didn't talk.
そういう意味では
In that
言い
case,
たくはないが。
it's hard to say it, but we have to admit that this was meant to happen today in order to make your choice the best one for real.
でも俺たちは
We finally talked about our feelings.
レナが去年からずっと持っていた
We now know that you've been distrusting your friends since last year, and that everybody regretted both what they did and didn't do.
だから俺たちは今こ
So
そよう
we
やく
finally became true
仲
friends.
間になれたんだよ。
And all it cost was 2 counts of murder. Oh my gosh, are we trauma bonding?
本当に今更だね。
Finally, but it's too late.
いつも罪は手遅れになってから気づかされる。
We only notice our sins after it's too late.
そうでもねえさ。
It's not necessarily
例え
true.
ば俺は仲間であるレナの今回のこの出来事を理解できる。
For example, as your friend, I understand the things you've done this
理
time.
解できるって。
What do you mean by that?
人の命を奪うのは許されることじゃないっていう道徳的なことはもちろん理
I
解してる。
understand that depriving people of their lives is an unforgivable crime,
それを理解した上で
but I also understand that my friend Rena had no other choice but to do this.
だから俺はレナを汚らわしい
So I don't think you're filthy, and I'm not scared of you.
次に同じようなことがあったら今度はこういう結果にならないように悩み合おう。
If something like this happens again, we need to talk about it. We need to talk about what we can do together.
だけどすでに起こってしま
But
った
this already happened, and I understand that. I mean, yeah, he's basically like, yes, murder is bad, but what's done is done.
理解ってのはつまり
When I say I understand, I mean I forgive you.
俺はレナのこの行為
I don't hate you for what you did. I said that to everybody this time. I said it to all my friends. I accept what Rena did. I accept that she had no choice other than to do this, and this was her last effort after thinking it through many times. So I'm going to side with her.
ケイちゃん。
Hey-chan. Of course, if she killed them for money or some other stupid reason, I'd drag her to the police. But that wasn't why Rena did this. She couldn't run away, and she thought it through before she came to this point. If she's guilty of anything, she's guilty for not talking to us about it beforehand. But I forgive her for that too. I forgive her for coming to this point.
ケイチ。
Keiichi. So? I beg you all, please forgive me for not noticing Rena's situation and for letting her go through it alone. My sin is that I allowed a day like today to come to pass.
ケイチさん。
Oh my god, Satsuko. Hashtag Satsuko deserves better. Keiichi-san,
このヤバい袋の山を知ったのは俺たちだけだ。
we're the only ones who know about these
俺た
bags.
ち全員が秘
If
密
we
に
keep
すれ
it
ば
to ourselves, everything will be fine.
レナは何も気にすることはない。
Rena doesn't have to worry about a thing.
最初の予定通りに
Let's hide them somewhere like she planned.
隠しまおうぜ。そして全員で
We'll cleanse ourselves with salt later, and that's it.
以上上がりだ。
So all the times Keiichi's been ranting, poor Satsuko is having Nom flashback. That poor girl needs a hug. Yeah. He deserves better. Come on.
全ての罪を許し合おう。
Let's forgive each other of our sin. For our sins, except for Satsuko. Satsuko has nothing to repent for. Satsuko did nothing wrong. And then we'll regain our happy, peaceful days. This is it, right?
レナが本当に選びたかった
Rena, this is the future you choose,
こっちなんだろ
right?
最善の選択肢は
This is the best possible choice, right?
ケイチ君
I jumped on the hood of the abandoned car Rena was standing on and reached for her hands.
認めろ
Admit it,
こっちが本当に
this is the world you wanted.
選びたかった世界なんだよレナが本当に
This is the choice you wanted to
選び
make.
たかったんだよ確かにこの選
But
択肢は
this is something you can't choose by yourself.
レナと俺たちが互いに手を差し
All
伸
of
べてさ
us
え選べなかっ
have all of us have to reach for each other's hands so that Rena can make that
た
choice.
つまり
In other
俺が差し
words,
伸べても
I can't make it happen by myself.
俺だけじゃない
I need everybody to reach for each other's
だ
hands.
からレナ
So Rena,
お前も手を伸ばせ
you need to do it too.
それで互いに手をつかみ合って初めてお前は本当に選びたかった
When all of us hold hands together, that's when you can go to the world that exists beyond the choice you made.
ケイチ君の言葉は
Yuji-kun,
本当な
I
ら嬉
appreciate
しい
it
よ
if you really mean it.
でも
But
でも
but
みんなもそうだとは限らないよ
I'm not sure that's what everybody else wants. A little hand touched mine. It was Rika-chan.
リカちゃん
Rika-chan.
レナは決して
Rena, you
汚
aren't
れてなん
filthy.
かいないあなたは決して
You
屈し
didn't
な
give
かっ
up.
たそして
You seized your fate,
こんなにも
even though you had to dirty your hands to do it.
そんなあなたをどう
Of
して
course, of
私は
course, it's
認め
Rika
ていられるのか
first. Well, she's not. Yeah, she's like. I always have to wanted to hide a body instead of mine. Instead of having mine hid, right? I have no reason not to accept you. Rika-chan's small hand was strong, and she spoke eloquently.
私は逃れられない
I know how comfortable it feels to be stained by disappointment at everything in this world. After getting lost in the maze of misfortune. That's why I can understand how strong you are, and how hard you fought, alone, without giving up. I'm proud of having you in my life. I agree with Keiichi. I forgive you of your sin. So, please forgive me for mine too.
リカちゃん
Rika-chan,
私は無力な小娘だけれど
I'm just a little girl without any power. And also a slight alcohol addiction, but that's fine. But I could have fought.
自分も運命に屈しない
I'll not give up on my fate.
レナのように戦
I'll
う
fight like you did.
だから
So, I asked you to
私は
accept me
あな
as
た
your
を仲間
friend.
として許してもらいたい
Rika-chan usually acts childish, but now she was like a totally different person. When we forgive Satsuko's sin and stops calling it a sin, what were you do? She meant every word she was saying. And then another little hand reached out to ours. Oh my god, Satsuko.
さとこ
Satsuko put her hand over mine and Rika-chan's. She didn't say anything, looking down for a while. Rika-chan urged her to speak.
私もリカも
Rika and I
両親を失って一人ぼっち
lost both our parents.
今日までそれを嘆いた
We never cried about it, however,
皆さんという
because we have you,
仲間という
a family,
だから
made of friends.
私はこれから
I want us to continue to be a family for you.
家族同士だから
It's natural
時に
to
は全てを打ち明け合う
it's natural to get it all out and to confess everything to your family because, well, they're your family.
だから今日はいいきっかけになったと思ってますの
Taking each other's hands to appear Rena's dismembered hand just reaches out too. So I think today was a great opportunity for us.
互いの罪を許し
I
合う
appreciate that we had a chance to forgive each other of our sins.
仲間という名の家族かさとこにしちゃ
Family made of friends. Satsuko, I like that.
レナさんの罪を
Forgive you for your sin,
ど
Rina-san.
うか
Please forgive me for mine too. You did nothing wrong. You have nothing to be forgiven for. You did nothing wrong. A hand reached out for ours. It was Mion.
仲間の大切さを語るのは
She's
部長で
behind
ある
us.
私の役目だと思ってただけに
I always thought it was my job to be the leader of this club.
私も部長し
We talk about the importance of friends, so I guess I'm not a good leader after all, huh? They did her dirty. She's in the back.
見よ
Mion,
ごめん
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make fun of you. Mion still smiled and stretched out her head.
レナの境遇を察しなかった
Rena, I'm ashamed of myself as your friend.
部長として恥じるよ
And as the club president, not for being able to notice what you've been
許
through.
してほしい
I'd like you to forgive me for that.
もちろんレナが私たちに相
Of
談
course,
し
I
なかっ
also forgive you for not telling us about it.
たそれは私が打ち明けるに足る存在じゃなかったってことだからね
You couldn't tell me because I wasn't good enough for you.
私はリーダーであらねば
I thought I was trying to be a good leader for you, but I guess I wasn't doing my job. They really could have. They didn't. If they made like Rika's and Satoko's sprites a little smaller, they could all fit.
その未熟さは私の責任
It's my fault.
だから
So I
レナの罪を
I forgive you for your sin, Rena.
レナ俺たちは
Rena,
全員手を
now you have all of our
こっち
hands.
は全部揃った
We're all ready for you.
あとはお前だけ
It's your turn.
手を伸ばせ
Double you. Reach out for us.
来い
Come to
お前
us.
が本当に来たかった
This
世
is
界
the
は
world you wanted.
もう手は全員が差し伸べてる
You have all of our hands right here for you to reach.
だからためらうな
So don't hesitate.
レナは人殺しだよ
I'm a murderer.
きっとみんなに迷惑を
I'll
かけ
get you guys into trouble.
レナ
Rena,
私た
we
ち
are...
リカちゃん
Rika-chan, you don't need to say anything.
俺たちは全員で手を重ねて差し
We're
伸
all
べてい
reaching
る
for your
この
hand.
事実にこれ以上
What else do we need to say or prove? Well, like half the cast here hasn't killed somebody. Yeah, it's fine. It's fucking... Everybody in Hinamizawa has killed at least one person. It's whatever. Whereas at the very least knows about a murder and didn't do anything about it. Is fine.
だからレナにだって言葉はいらないんだ
Rena, you don't need to say
た
anything.
だ黙って
All you need to do is reach out for
いいん
us.
だ
I'm a murderer. I'm filthy and evil. Yeah, take a number and get in line. Okay. You ain't special.
来いレナ
Come on, Rena.
夢とか幻
This is real.
ましてや
It's not too late.
なんでもないレナにはまだ選べる選択
You
肢
still
が
have choices you can make.
だから選べ
So choose.
間に合う
You can still take it.
来るんだ
Come on.
俺たちはやり直せるんだ
It's not too late to start over again. Rena slowly reached out, and her hand touched ours. She didn't hold our hands. All she needed to do was touch our hands to show us her will. Rena chose to live, to share her life with her friends, rather than to refuse them for the rest of her life. I took a step closer and firmly grabbed her wrist. It was getting dark, and some stars had appeared in the sky. Probably can't hold like 8 hands at once. We all forgave each other for our sins for the first time. It was a little embarrassing, but Rena's tears made us all cry, and we just kept crying together. We stood in a circle, holding each other by the shoulder, putting our heads together in the middle. We were a family made of friends. We forgive each other, and we were happy together. There's a memory in the back of my mind, but it's not supposed to exist. I tried to save one of my friends in that world. In order to do that, I rejected all of my other friends. I acted recklessly alone, and I brought about the end of the world. The situation we had here was the same as the incident in that faraway world, in the sense that people have been deprived of their lives in order to save one friend of mine. But other than that, it was different. We have Rena, Mion, Satoko, Rika-chan, and myself. Nobody was missing. We were all going to regain them. Yeah, Keiji thought he was cursed, yeah. It was really bad. We are going to regain those happy and peaceful days. The road going there might be a little rough, but we'll walk it together. We all will. We went to the place in the mountains of Yagoshi that Rena had picked for burying the bags. Burying corpses is a scary thing to do, but it made us united more strongly because of that. Since each part of the corpse was in a separate plastic bag, we can all tell what's inside each bag by touching it. First, we forced ourselves to laugh whenever we had to touch the bodies because we were scared, but after a while, we got used to it, to the point where we could make jokes about it. Of course, all of that was probably a bluff, but we all tried our best. Mion somehow had a detailed knowledge of how to hide corpses, and told me to dig the hole deeper. Rika-chan helped to carry the bags. Satoko used her talent of setting traps to perfectly camouflage the place where we buried the bag. Me? I was in charge of digging the hole. Rena dug it earlier, but I made it a little deeper. I mean, it's gotta be therapeutic by proxy for Satoko to bury Teppei literally? Probably. After we finished all of that, we walked back to the place where we parked our bicycles. And we looked back at the place where we buried the bags. It was completely unnoticeable. We'd never be able to find the place once we left for home. That's how perfect it looked. Great! Thank you all for your hard work. We're done here. It's time to go home. Mion said it cheerfully as if we finished club activities or something. We had no bags to carry, and we no longer had any burden to carry either. We got on our bicycles, but Rena was still standing there, looking into the distance. Rena? What? I'm sorry. I think I got a cold or something. I feel feverish and dizzy. Rena's face looked slightly red. I touched Rena's forehead, and actually was a little warm. She had a rough day today. She had to go through so many things. We had to find a place to hide the corpses. We had to dig a hole. We caught her with the bags. Talked about our feelings. We forgave each other. She must be exhausted after a day like that. Rena, you should rest well when you get home. Yes, thank you. I will. Rena, we forgave each other for everything. So don't blame yourself anymore, okay? You were right about me. What do you mean? I couldn't fool myself. No matter how hard I tried to justify what I did, I was still scared. Look at me, I'm still shaky. Even with all the help I got from you. If you hadn't found me with the corpses, if I had taken care of this alone, I wouldn't have been able to bear the burden. I'm pretty sure I would have been crushed by the pressure. She said all of this with a bitter smile. It might take her a long time to heal from the pain. It must be 100 times shorter than the time it would have taken if she had did this all alone. Rena's home was the closest from here. Rena went her way, and all four of us were left behind. Mion made a suggestion.
明日からなんだけどさ、
I think we should just forget.
みんな揃って
About
今日の
today.
ことを忘れるのがいいと思うんだけど、どう思う？
What do you think?
そうですわね。
I agree.
それが一番
I think that would be
レナ
best for
さんに
Rena-san
とって優しい
too.
ことになると思いますわ。レナは強い人です。
Rena is a strong girl.
僕たちがそう
If we act like nothing happened, she'll act that way
レナ
too.
もそう振る舞ってくれますでし
Just
ょ。
pretend we didn't bury 2 people in the woods.
振る舞いもずっと続けてれば本当になるって言うもんな。
If you keep acting for long enough, it becomes real, right? I mean, like,
くだらないことで、そのうち私たちは忘れていくよ。
we'll be able to forget by not talking about it.
そして完全に忘れきった
Our goal is to
時
forget about it
私た
completely.
ちのゴールだね。
おそらくその日は一生かけて来るか来ないか
I
を
think we'll
探
be
るこ
able
と
to
に
keep
なると
one.
思いますです。
I think we'll keep wondering whether or not the day of reckoning will come for the rest of our lives.
そうかもしれませんわね。
Story. Oh, yeah. Higurashi is a lot. There are some parts that are a bit, but all in all, it's a pretty good story. I like it a lot. Little plot holes here and there, but that's fine. Nothing's perfect. You're probably
簡
correct.
単に忘れられることではありません。
It's not gonna be so easy to simply let it go.
仮に生涯忘れられなくてもいい。
Even if I can't forget about it for the rest of my life, that's fine by me.
大切なのは最後まで
Don't get me wrong, it's amazing, but some of these parts after knowing, yeah. Mhm. A bit like. The most important thing is to keep it in my heart forever.
思い出させない方が大事だからね。
The most important thing is that we don't make her think about it. We know an agreement. This is my house game to Vio.
じゃあな。
Oh, let's just get by.
明日また学校
See you
で
at school.
いつもの通りに。
Just like always.
いつもの通りに、
Just like always.
いつも通りにトラップに引っ
I'll set a perfect trap for you just like always.
じゃあね、ケイちゃん。
Thank you for the hate pet. Goodbye, Kei-chan. After I parted with them, I still felt hot and dizzy. Felt really weird. I was even staggering to the front door. Felt as if I was floating in the air, like I just took some very strong cold medicine. Today, something very shocking, something that made me super happy, something very embarrassing happened to me. I felt as if my heart and mind were about to explode because they were filled to the brim with both happiness and sadness. I don't know whether I made a critical mistake today, or if I had the happiest day of my life. I don't know which it is. All I could do was stare blankly into space. I felt frustrated too. Even though they were my friends, I was caught in the act of abandoning corpses. At the same time, I felt relieved that my reliable friends accepted what I did. Those emotions were all mixed up in my heart. They were equally strong, making it difficult for me to decide what I was feeling. I was losing my sense of balance. It was like the world was warping around me, and I heard sounds as if I was in the shower. Something left me with a feeling of everything left me with a feeling of unreality. When these emotions were about to make me lose control, I felt a heat on my wrist. The part where KT grabbed me earlier started throbbing. My feelings weren't cooperating with me, but the heat on my wrist calmed them down for me. I don't know how to express what I felt when my friends held their shoulders together in a circle earlier. Maybe it was a bad idea to let her go home alone. But that feeling was the only thing I knew to be real.
ただいま。
I'm
あ
home.
れ？
Huh? As soon as I opened the front door, I smelled it. It smelled really good. My father wasn't good at cooking, but he likes trying to cook creative dishes. I remember he used to cook something very challenging whenever he was in a good mood. So the smell was a sign that he felt that way. She's clearly sick and she basically staggered home, yeah. But I always liked this smell. The reason he's in a good mood is because he found a job. Yay! Not just any job, he found a job with a company created by his friends from his old workplace. They remembered my father and promised to hire him. He told me some of his other colleagues from the old company were also working there. It must be very encouraging for him to work with people he knows because he hasn't worked for a long time. The dinner looked great, in contrast to how it tasted. It was a dinner to celebrate his new life, to show his determination to regain his bond with his daughter and to make a clean start. I talked about a lot of things with my father that night. It had been a long time since I talked to him like this. I don't remember when it was, but it reminded me of the days I was still happy, which meant I had finally returned to that time. My father still believes that Teppei is coming back one day, so he's still very cautious about locking doors and windows, and he gets very scared every time someone rings the doorbell. I told him so many times that they'd never come back, but I can't convince him because I couldn't tell him the reason why they won't. He'll eventually realize that he's free. I'm sure it won't take too long. My heart was full of many, many emotions that day. If emotions could actually burst the heart open, it might happen to me. My brain must have been overworked because of so many things happened at once. My head was still fuzzy, but I managed to crawl to bed. I felt like the ground was moving. Totally lost my sense of reality. I remember that I once felt like this when I got the flu. I might get a high fever tomorrow, but I don't care. I don't care if I get sick tomorrow. I just wanted to enjoy the fact that I took a step towards the future of my decision. Keiichi-kun told me something like that today. The high fever and the dizziness made me feel frustrated for some reason. But whenever I felt frustrated, I felt the heat on my wrist too. I grabbed my wrist with my left hand tightly. It made the frustration go away and brought me relief. Even the dizziness I didn't like just before made me feel like I was in a down-filled futon. I was falling asleep on that down-filled futon on my very first night in a new world. This dizziness didn't go away for a few days, but I gradually got used to it. This new world looked like a world I used to live in before. But the sunshine was a little bit brighter, and Keiichi-kun's smile looked a little more gentle than before. We made more noise than we used to. We spent every day slowly but in high spirits. Well, what an idiot I am. I underestimated the dizziness and caught a summer cold in June. I wanted to get better as soon as possible. I should have taken the day off from club activities, but I forced myself to play with them every day, and it made it hard for me to get better. I finally learned my lesson recently. I don't need to feel too frustrated. There's no limit to happiness in this world. As long as we keep wishing for it, it'll continue forever. I don't need to feel frustrated anymore, because tomorrow I will have the happiness I have today. We'll have the Watsunakashi festival next Sunday. Uh-oh. Mi-chan tells us that we'll have a lot of fun and we'll go extra crazy. I really can't wait. Yeah, 'cause nothing bad happens after the Watsunakashi festival ever. A letter from the forestry office. It's still June, yet the air is filled with the cry of cicadas. How is everyone in Hinamizawa doing? The Watsunakashi festival is coming just around the corner. These staff members from the forestry service are going to perform a wood sculpting demonstration at the festival. We'll be happy to lend out our tools and teach the kids how to sculpt wood themselves. It'll be an excellent memorial gift. Also, we'd like to inform everyone that we're going to cut down trees in the local hills this summer as part of the Number X fourth Forest Landscape Management Project. This project involves preserving the beauty of the forest by cutting down old trees and planting new ones. The Forestry Service needs volunteers who are interested in helping us cut down the old trees. Wait. Cutting down trees? Planting new ones? You can enjoy the beauty of nature under the blue sky while helping out with this preservation activity. The project will begin during summer break, so you can bring your kids too. This will be a good opportunity for your kids to learn about nature and have a valuable experience. The locations of the project are in the forest in the Takasudo and Yagoshi areas. We're cooked. That's where we buried them. Oh, fuck. We're cooked. We're cooked. Alright. Let me move over to the center. Alright. Hello. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. Yes, I will be live tomorrow. We're playing a RPG Maker horror game called Misao tomorrow. Pretty excited for that. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'll see you tomorrow. Yes. Sleep well, everyone. Good night. Bye-bye.